As we conclude our exploration of the samurai's servants, we find ourselves standing at the threshold of another fascinating aspect of samurai culture. Let's shift our focus to a topic that might surprise you: the unexpected connection between samurai and the world of entertainment. Prepare to discover how these fierce warriors found themselves intertwined with the arts in ways you might never have imagined. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai, let's turn our attention to the grand castles where these warriors lived and served. Japanese castles were not just fortresses, but entire communities teeming with life and intrigue. Picture towering stone walls, elegant wooden structures, and meticulously manicured gardens. These castles were more than mere defensive strongholds. They were the beating heart of feudal Japanese society. Within these impressive compounds, a complex hierarchy existed. From the daimyo at the top to the lowliest servant at the bottom, each person played a crucial role in maintaining the delicate balance of castle life. In the next few segments, we'll explore the fascinating dynamics of Japanese castle society, uncovering the daily routines, challenges, and unexpected realities faced by those who called these magnificent structures home. Now, let's explore the fascinating world of Japanese castle architecture, a testament to the ingenuity and strategic thinking of the samurai era. These imposing structures were not just fortresses, but also symbols of power and prestige. At the heart of every Japanese castle stood the tenshu, or main keep. This towering structure, often reaching several stories high, served as both a lookout point and the last line of defense. The tenshu's distinctive silhouette, with its curved roofs and ornate gables, has become an iconic image of feudal Japan. The castle's defenses were meticulously planned. Massive stone walls, known as ishigaki, formed the foundation. These weren't just simple stacks of rocks. They were carefully fitted together without mortar, using a technique called sangazumi. This method allowed the walls to flex slightly during earthquakes, making them incredibly resilient. Surrounding the castle were multiple rings of fortifications. Each ring featured gates, guard towers, and narrow passages designed to confuse and slow down potential invaders. One clever defensive feature was the Masugata, a walled courtyard with non-aligned inner and outer gates. This forced attackers to change direction, making them vulnerable to defenders above. Inside the castle walls, you'd find a complex network of buildings. The daimyo's residence, administrative offices, and barracks for samurai were all strategically placed. Gardens and open spaces were also incorporated, not just for aesthetics, but to provide clear lines of sight and make it difficult for intruders to hide. Water played a crucial role in castle design. Moats not only served as barriers, but also as sources of drinking water during sieges. Some castles even had hidden underground waterways, ensuring a steady supply even if the main sources were cut off. One of the most intriguing aspects of Japanese castle architecture was the use of deception. False doors, hidden rooms, and secret passages were common. Some castles even had nightingale floors, specially designed wooden floors that chirped like birds when walked upon, alerting guards to intruders. The materials used in castle construction were chosen for both practicality and symbolism. Wood was preferred for many structures due to its flexibility during earthquakes. The white plaster walls weren't just for show. They were fire-resistant and helped reflect sunlight, keeping the interior cool. As we drift off to sleep, imagine the silhouette of a majestic Japanese castle against the setting sun. Its intricate architecture, a testament to the skill, strategy, and artistry of the samurai era. Life within a Japanese castle was a meticulously structured affair, with daily routines that governed every aspect of existence. From the highest-ranking samurai to the lowliest servant, each individual played a specific role in the intricate tapestry of castle life. Dawn would break over the castle walls, and the day would begin with the sound of taiko drums echoing through the courtyards. This rhythmic awakening signaled the start of a new day for all inhabitants. For the samurai class, mornings often began with meditation and sword practice. The clash of steel and the controlled breathing of warriors would fill the air as they honed their skills in the early light. Meanwhile, servants would already be bustling about, preparing for the day ahead. The kitchens would come alive with the clatter of pots and the sizzle of fish on grills as cooks prepared the morning meal for the castle's residents. As the sun climbed higher, the castle's administrative functions would begin. Scribes and advisors would gather in dimly lit rooms, poring over scrolls and discussing matters of state. The rustle of paper and the scratch of brushes on parchment would provide a constant backdrop to these important deliberations. Outside, in the castle grounds, gardeners would tend to the meticulously manicured landscapes. The gentle snip of shears and the soft sweep of rakes across gravel would create a peaceful atmosphere, contrasting with the more serious activities within the castle walls. As midday approached, the castle would become a hive of activity. Messengers would dart through corridors, delivering important communications between different parts of the complex. The clip-clop of wooden sandals on polished floors would echo through the halls. In the afternoon, samurai might engage in strategic meetings or continue their martial training. The dull thud of arrows hitting targets in the archery range would punctuate the air, while the shouts of men practicing horseback riding could be heard from the stables. As evening fell, the castle would begin to wind down. Lanterns would be lit, casting a warm glow over the stone walls and wooden structures. The smell of incense would waft through the air as residents prepared for their evening rituals. Night would bring a different kind of activity to the castle. Guards would take up their posts, their watchful eyes scanning the darkness for any signs of threat. The occasional hoot of an owl or the distant bark of a fox would break the nighttime silence. And so the cycle would continue day after day, each person playing their part in the complex machinery of Japanese castle life. From the highest lord to the lowest servant, every individual was an essential cog in this intricate system, their daily routines intertwining to create the vibrant tapestry of feudal Japanese society. Life within the walls of a Japanese castle was a complex tapestry of intrigue, duty, and strict hierarchy. At the heart of this system were the court politics that governed every interaction and decision. The daimyo, or feudal lord, sat at the apex of this political structure. Below him, a web of samurai, advisors, and officials vied for influence and favor. Every gesture, every word spoken in the castle halls carried weight and potential consequences. One of the most critical aspects of castle life was the concept of on, or obligation. This complex system of favors and debts bound everyone from the highest-ranking samurai to the lowliest servant. A single misstep in navigating these obligations could lead to disgrace or even death. The castle's layout itself reflected these political divisions. The inner circles, closest to the daimyo's quarters, were reserved for the most trusted and influential retainers. As you moved outward, the status of the occupants decreased, creating a physical manifestation of the court's hierarchy. Alliances within the castle were constantly shifting. Samurai families forged marriages to strengthen their positions, while rivals plotted each other's downfall. The tension was palpable, with everyone acutely aware that their fortunes could change in an instant. Information was a precious commodity in this environment. Castle dwellers developed elaborate systems of communication, using everything from coded messages to secret hand signals. Spies and informants were everywhere, their whispered words potentially altering the balance of power. The daimyo's closest advisors held significant sway, often acting as gatekeepers to their lord. These men walked a precarious line, balancing their own ambitions with the need to maintain their lord's trust and favor. Women, too, played crucial roles in court politics, despite their often overlooked status in historical accounts. The daimyo's wife and concubines could wield considerable influence, their words, in private, potentially shaping major decisions. Perhaps most intriguing were the oku, or inner chambers of the castle. These areas, primarily inhabited by women, were hotbeds of political maneuvering. Here, alliances were formed, secrets were traded, and the fates of many were decided far from the public eye. In this high-stakes environment, the art of maintaining face was paramount. Public humiliation could destroy a samurai's career or a family's standing. As a result, conflicts often simmered beneath a veneer of politeness, only to erupt in moments of crisis or opportunity. As we delve deeper into the world of Japanese castles, let's explore the intricate defense systems that made these fortresses nearly impregnable. The samurai and their lords didn't just rely on thick walls and high towers. They employed a multitude of clever tactics to keep invaders at bay. One of the most striking features of Japanese castle defense was the use of ishiatoshi, or stone-dropping platforms. These wooden projections jutted out from the castle walls, allowing defenders to rain down rocks, boiling oil, or other unpleasant surprises on attackers below. Imagine being an invading soldier, thinking you finally reached the castle walls, only to be met with a barrage of stones from above. But the defenses didn't stop there. Many castles featured multiple gates and winding approaches, creating a maze-like path for invaders. This design, known as the spiral approach, forced enemies to expose their unarmored right sides as they ascended the castle. It's a subtle yet brilliant tactic that gave defenders a significant advantage. Water played a crucial role in castle defense as well. Moats weren't just for show. They were an integral part of the defensive strategy. Some castles, like Takamatsu Castle in Kagawa Prefecture, took this concept to the extreme with a system of canals that could flood the entire area around the castle, turning it into an island fortress. Inside the castle walls, secret passages and hidden rooms allowed defenders to move quickly and unseen. These passages, called nukamichi, could be used for surprise counterattacks, or as escape routes if the castle was overrun. It's said that some castles had so many secret passages that even long-time residents didn't know them all. The architecture itself was designed with defense in mind. Steep stone foundations, known as mashigishi, made scaling the walls extremely difficult. These sloping walls could deflect arrows and cannon fire, minimizing damage to the structure. Above these foundations, wooden upper levels could absorb the impact of projectiles better than stone, and were easier to repair. Perhaps one of the most unique defensive features was the nightingale floor, or yugasubari. These specially designed floorboards would squeak when stepped on, alerting guards to intruders. It's a simple yet effective alarm system that added an extra layer of security to the inner sanctums of the castle. As we can see, Japanese castles were marvels of defensive engineering, combining natural obstacles, clever architecture, and innovative tactics to create formidable strongholds. These intricate systems reflect the ingenuity and strategic thinking of the samurai era, ensuring that life within the castle walls remained safe from outside threats. life as a servant in a Japanese castle was far from the glamorous existence one might imagine. While samurai warriors lived lives of relative luxury, their servants endured a drastically different reality. Let's delve into the daily grind of these unsung individuals who kept the castles running smoothly. Servants, known as ashigaru or chujin, were at the bottom of the social hierarchy, often living in cramped quarters within the castle grounds. Their days began before dawn, as they rose to prepare for the awakening of their masters. Lighting fires, preparing baths, and readying meals were just the start of their grueling routines. Personal hygiene was a luxury these servants could rarely afford. With limited access to bathing facilities and working long hours in close quarters, the stench of unwashed bodies was a constant companion. Food was another area where the disparity between master and servant was stark. While samurai dined on elaborate meals, servants subsisted on simple fare, often consisting of rice, miso soup, and pickled vegetables. Meat was a rare treat, if ever consumed at all. The workload was relentless. Servants were responsible for maintaining the castle's cleanliness, tending to gardens, caring for horses, and assisting in the upkeep of weapons and armor. During times of war, their duties expanded to include supporting roles in battle preparations. Privacy was non-existent for these hardworking individuals. They slept in communal areas, often on thin mats laid directly on the floor. Personal space was a concept as foreign to them as the lands beyond Japan's shores. Perhaps most challenging was the constant state of subservience required. Servants were expected to be invisible yet ever present, anticipating their master's needs before they were even expressed. A single misstep could result in severe punishment. Despite the hardships, becoming a castle servant was still considered a step up from the life of a peasant farmer. It provided a roof over one's head and relative safety within the castle walls. Some servants even managed to climb the social ladder, earning positions of greater responsibility and respect. However, for the vast majority, life as a servant in a Japanese castle was a testament to human endurance. It was a world of long hours, back-breaking work, and unwavering obedience. A stark contrast to the romanticized image of samurai life that often overshadows these forgotten individuals in the annals of history. As we conclude our exploration of Japanese castle life, it's clear that the rigid hierarchy and demanding expectations created a complex and often challenging environment for all inhabitants. From the lowliest servants to the samurai themselves, life within these fortified walls was far from the romanticized vision we often see in popular culture. The reality was a world of strict rules, constant vigilance, and unwavering dedication to one's duties. For servants, their days were filled with endless tasks, always under the watchful eyes of their superiors. The fear of punishment for even the slightest misstep must have been a constant companion, shaping their every action and decision. Samurai, while enjoying more privileges, bore the weight of immense responsibility. Their lives were not their own, dedicated entirely to their lords and the rigid code of Bushido. The pressure to maintain honor and skill in combat, while also navigating the treacherous waters of castle politics, was undoubtedly exhausting. Even the lords themselves, at the pinnacle of the castle hierarchy, were not free from the burdens of their position. Constantly vigilant against threats, both internal and external, they had to balance the needs of their domain with the demands of the shogunate. This intricate system of power, duty, and tradition created a unique microcosm within the castle walls. It was a world where every action, every word, and every relationship was imbued with significance and potential consequences. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on how this glimpse into castle life challenges our perceptions of feudal Japan. It reminds us that beneath the surface of any historical period or culture, there lies a complex tapestry of human experiences, struggles, and aspirations. In the end, the story of Japanese castle life is not just about samurai and servants, lords and ladies. It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of rigid societal structures, and the universal desire for purpose and belonging. As we leave behind the tailies of samurai and their servants, we turn our attention to another fascinating aspect of feudal Japan. The next story delves into the world of ninja espionage and their secretive techniques. Prepare to uncover the hidden arts of these shadow warriors as we explore why becoming a ninja was both thrilling and perilous. When we think of samurai, we often picture fierce male warriors, their katanas gleaming in the sunlight. But what about the women in samurai society? Their roles were complex and often overlooked, yet crucial to the fabric of feudal Japan. In this segment, we'll explore the fascinating world of samurai women, from the wives and daughters of samurai to the rare female warriors who defied societal norms. We'll uncover their daily lives, responsibilities, and the occasional tailies of those who picked up the sword themselves. From the elegant onabugeisha to the dutiful wives managing samurai households, these women played pivotal roles in shaping Japan's history. So, let's dive into the hidden stories of samurai women and discover their strength, resilience, and influence in a male-dominated world. While the life of a male samurai was filled with rigorous training and strict codes of conduct, the women of samurai families also had their own unique set of expectations and educational requirements. let's explore the fascinating world of education for samurai women. From a young age, samurai girls were taught the importance of upholding their family's honor and reputation. Their education focused on cultivating qualities that would make them ideal wives and mothers within the samurai class. This included lessons in etiquette, household management, and the arts. One of the most crucial aspects of a samurai woman's education was learning proper etiquette. They were trained in the intricate art of tea ceremony, known as chanoyu. This wasn't just about serving tea. It was a complex ritual that required grace, poise, and a deep understanding of social customs. Samurai women were also expected to be proficient in various artistic pursuits. Calligraphy, or shodo, was considered an essential skill. They spent hours perfecting their brush strokes, learning to write with elegance and precision. Poetry composition, particularly in the form of waka and haiku, was another important part of their artistic education. Music played a significant role in a samurai woman's life. Many learned to play instruments such as the kodo, a traditional Japanese stringed instrument, or the shamisen, a three-stringed lute. These musical skills were not only for personal enjoyment, but also for entertaining guests and participating in cultural events. Interestingly, samurai women were also taught practical skills that might seem surprising to us today. They received instruction in self-defense, particularly in the use of the naginata, a pole weapon with a curved blade. This training was not just for personal protection, but also to defend their homes in the absence of their husbands. Literature played a crucial role in their education as well. Samurai women were expected to be well-versed in classical Japanese literature, including works like The Tale of Genji. These stories not only provided entertainment, but also taught moral lessons and reinforced social values. Despite the focus on traditional roles, some samurai women received education in academic subjects such as history, philosophy, and even mathematics. This knowledge was seen as beneficial for managing household affairs and supporting their husbands' careers. It's important to note that the level and breadth of education for samurai women could vary greatly depending on their families' status and wealth. Women from higher-ranking samurai families often had access to more comprehensive education and cultural experiences, while the education of samurai women may seem restrictive by modern standards. It was quite progressive for its time. Many samurai women were more educated than their counterparts in other social classes, and some even became renowned for their intellectual and artistic achievements. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai, it's important to understand that their influence extended far beyond the battlefield. The lives of samurai women, particularly in the context of marriage, were intricately woven into the fabric of this warrior class society. Samurai marriages were rarely about love or personal choice. Instead, they were strategic alliances designed to strengthen family ties, secure political advantages, or consolidate wealth. For samurai women, marriage was often seen as a duty to their family and class. The process of arranging a samurai marriage was highly formalized. It typically began with a matchmaker, known as a nakodo, who would negotiate between the families. The bride and groom often had little say in the matter, sometimes not even meeting until their wedding day. Once married, a samurai woman was expected to manage the household efficiently. This included overseeing servants, managing finances, and ensuring the smooth running of daily affairs. In essence, she became the backbone of the samurai household, allowing her husband to focus on his military and political duties. However, the life of a samurai wife wasn't all about domestic duties. Many were highly educated, skilled in arts such as calligraphy, poetry, and tea ceremony. These accomplishments were not just for personal enjoyment, but were seen as essential skills for maintaining the family's social status and connections. Interestingly, samurai women were also trained in martial arts, particularly in the use of the naginata, a long-bladed pole weapon. This training wasn't just for self-defense. It was a way to instill the samurai values of discipline, honor, and courage in women. Despite their important role, samurai women faced significant restrictions. They were expected to be subservient to their husbands and had limited rights. Divorce, for instance, was almost exclusively a male prerogative, leaving women in potentially difficult situations. One particularly challenging aspect of samurai marriage was the practice of taking concubines. High-ranking samurai often had multiple concubines, a situation that could create tension and conflict within the household. The primary wife, however, maintained her superior status and was responsible for managing these complex family dynamics. It's worth noting that not all samurai women married. Some chose to become Buddhist nuns, either out of religious devotion or as a way to escape the constraints of marriage. This path offered a degree of independence and respect that was otherwise difficult for women to achieve in samurai society. While we often focus on the male samurai warriors, the women of samurai households played crucial roles in maintaining the family's status and managing daily affairs. Let's explore the responsibilities and challenges faced by samurai women in household management. Samurai women, known as Anabugeisha, were expected to embody the same virtues of loyalty, honor, and discipline as their male counterparts. However, their battlefield was often within the confines of their homes, where they wielded authority over domestic matters. One of the primary duties of a samurai woman was to oversee the household finances. This task required meticulous attention to detail and a keen understanding of budgeting. They had to balance the family's expenses with the stipend received from their lord, ensuring that the household maintained its appearance of wealth and status, even during times of financial strain. Education was another crucial responsibility for samurai women. They were tasked with the early education of their children, both boys and girls, instilling in them the values and etiquette befitting their social class. This included teaching them reading, writing, and the arts, as well as the principles of Bushido, the samurai code of conduct. Samurai women also played a significant role in maintaining their families' political and social connections. They were often responsible for organizing and hosting elaborate tea ceremonies, an essential aspect of samurai culture. These events served as opportunities for networking, negotiating alliances, and showcasing the family's refinement and hospitality. In addition to these duties, samurai women were expected to be proficient in self-defense. Many were trained in the use of weapons, such as the naginata, a pole arm with a curved blade. This skill was not just for personal protection, but also to defend the household in their husband's absence. The management of servants was another critical task for samurai women. They had to maintain discipline among the household staff while ensuring that all duties were carried out efficiently. This required a delicate balance of authority and diplomacy, as the reputation of the entire household often rested on the smooth operation of domestic affairs. Despite their significant responsibilities, samurai women faced numerous challenges. They were expected to maintain a public image of submissiveness and modesty, even as they wielded considerable power within their households. The pressure to produce male heirs was also intense, as the continuation of the family line was paramount in samurai society. In times of war or financial hardship, samurai women often had to make difficult decisions to protect their family's interests. This could include selling personal belongings, negotiating with creditors, or even sending away loyal servants to reduce expenses. The role of samurai women in household management was a complex and demanding one, requiring a unique blend of skills ranging from financial acumen to diplomatic finesse. Their contributions were vital to the stability and success of samurai families, even if their efforts often went unrecognized in the annals of history. While we often picture samurai as male warriors, the truth is that many samurai women were also trained in combat. These formidable female fighters, known as Onibugeisha, played a crucial role in Japanese history, particularly during times of war. The training of samurai women began at a young age, much like their male counterparts. They were taught to use a variety of weapons, with a particular emphasis on the naginata, a long pole weapon with a curved blade at the end. This weapon was favored by women due to its reach, which allowed them to keep male opponents at a distance and negate any advantage in physical strength. One of the most famous Onabujasha was Tomo Gozen, who lived in the 12th century. She was known for her exceptional beauty, but more importantly, for her skill in battle. Historical accounts describe her as a master archer, an expert swordswoman, and a fearsome warrior who could defeat male opponents with ease. The training regimen for samurai women was rigorous and demanding. They practiced daily, honing their skills in archery, swordsmanship, and hand-to-hand combat. In addition to physical training, they also studied strategy, tactics, and the art of war. This comprehensive education ensured that they were not only skilled fighters, but also capable leaders in times of conflict. Interestingly, the role of Onabujasha extended beyond just combat. They were also responsible for defending their homes and families when the male samurai were away at war. This meant that their training had to be versatile, preparing them for both offensive and defensive scenarios. The weapon training for samurai women was not limited to the naginata. They also learned to use the kaiken, a small dagger that was often concealed in their kimono. This weapon was used for self-defense and, in extreme circumstances, for ritual suicide known as jigai, which was the female equivalent of seppuku. As time progressed, the role of Onabujasha began to change. With the advent of firearms and the gradual shift away from close combat, their traditional combat roles diminished. However, their legacy lived on in the martial arts practiced by women, such as naginata-do, which continues to be practiced in Japan to this day. The story of samurai women and their combat training is a testament to the complex and nuanced nature of Japanese feudal society. It challenges our preconceptions about gender roles in historical warfare and reminds us that the way of the warrior was not exclusive to men. These women, through their dedication, skill, and bravery, carved out a unique and respected place in samurai culture, leaving an indelible mark on Japanese history. While we often think of samurai as exclusively male warriors, history tells us a different story. Some of the most formidable samurai were, in fact, women. Let's explore the lives of these extraordinary female warriors who defied societal norms and left an indelible mark on Japanese history. One of the most renowned female samurai was Tomo Gozen, who lived in the 12th century. Described in the epic tale of the hike as a warrior of unparalleled skill, Tomo was said to be a master of both the bow and the sword. She fought alongside her husband, Minamoto no Yashinaka, in the Genpei War, leading troops into battle and striking fear into the hearts of her enemies. Tomo's prowess on the battlefield was legendary. It was said that she could ride unbroken horses with ease and was capable of defeating multiple male opponents single-handedly. In one famous account, she faced off against an enemy warrior named Uchida Iyoshi, decapitating him in a fierce duel. Another notable female samurai was Nakano Takiko, who lived during the tumultuous final years of the Tokugawa Shogunate in the 19th century. Takiko was highly educated in literary and martial arts, becoming an accomplished practitioner of the naginata, a long-bladed polearm. During the Boshin War of 1860-1869, Takiko led an all-female unit of about 20 to 30 warriors in defense of the Aizu domain. In a fierce battle against the Imperial Japanese Army, she fought bravely, reportedly taking down several enemy soldiers before being fatally wounded by a bullet to her chest. The story of Hengaku Gozen, also known as Itagaki, is another testament to the valor of female samurai. Living in the late 12th to early 13th century, Hengaku was known for her exceptional archery skills. She commanded a force of 3,000 warriors to defend against an attack on her uncle's castle in 1201. Despite being outnumbered, Hengaku's forces held out for months. She personally took to the battlefield, firing arrows with deadly accuracy from the castle walls. Though eventually captured, her bravery and skill were so impressive that the opposing general sought to marry her, recognizing her as a worthy partner. These women, and others like them, challenged the notion that the way of the samurai was exclusively a male domain. They proved that courage, skill, and loyalty, the core values of Bushido, the samurai code, were not limited by gender. Their stories continue to inspire and captivate, reminding us of the diverse and complex nature of samurai culture. As we conclude our exploration of samurai women, it's clear that their roles were far more complex and influential than often portrayed. These women weren't merely passive figures in the background of samurai society. They were active participants, shaping the course of history in their own unique ways. From the legendary Onabugeisha, like Tomo Gozen, who fought alongside male warriors in battle, to the politically savvy wives who managed clan affairs. Samurai women demonstrated remarkable resilience and adaptability. They navigated a world dominated by strict social hierarchies and gender expectations, yet found ways to exert their influence and preserve their honor. The education of samurai daughters was a testament to the value placed on their roles within the clan. These young women were trained not only in traditional feminine arts, but also in literature, philosophy, and even martial skills. This comprehensive education prepared them for the multifaceted responsibilities they would face as wives, mothers, and potential clan leaders. We've seen how samurai women, when circumstances demanded, could take up arms and defend their homes with the same fierce determination as their male counterparts. The tales of castle sieges where women fought alongside men, wielding naginata and showing unwavering loyalty, highlight their courage and martial prowess. But perhaps even more significant was their role behind the scenes. As managers of household affairs and clan finances, samurai women often held the real power that kept their families and domains functioning. Their political acumen and ability to navigate complex social networks were invaluable assets in the intricate world of samurai politics. The legacy of these remarkable women extends far beyond the era of the samurai. Their stories of strength, intelligence, and adaptability continue to inspire and challenge our perceptions of historical gender roles. As we reflect on their lives, we gain a deeper appreciation for the diverse and vital roles women played in shaping Japanese history and culture. In the end, the story of samurai women is one of resilience, honor, and hidden strength, a testament to the enduring spirit of those who lived and thrived in the shadow of the sword. As we leave behind the tailies of samurai servants, we turn our attention to another fascinating aspect of feudal Japan. The next story delves into the intricate world of samurai etiquette and the strict code of conduct that governed their lives. Prepare to discover how even the smallest gestures could have life-altering consequences in this highly regimented society. As the sun sets on our journey through samurai history, we arrive at a pivotal era, the Tokugawa Shogunate. This period, spanning from 1603 to 1868, marked a time of relative peace and stability in Japan. But it also brought significant changes to the samurai class. Established by Tokugawa Ieyasu after his victory at the Battle of Sekigahara, this shogunate ushered in an age of centralized feudal control. The Tokugawa clan ruled from Edo, modern-day Tokyo, implementing strict social hierarchies and isolationist policies that would shape Japan for over 2 centuries. For the samurai, this era presented both opportunities and challenges. While some rose to positions of power within the new bureaucracy, others found their traditional roles shifting in unexpected ways. Let's explore how the Tokugawa shogunate reshaped the samurai experience. As we delve deeper into the fascinating world of samurai, we encounter a pivotal period in Japanese history known as the Tokugawa shogunate. This era, spanning from 1603 to 1868, was marked by a controversial policy that would shape Japan's future for centuries to come, the Sakoku, or isolation policy. In 1633, Tokugawa Iemitsu, the third shogun of the Tokugawa dynasty, began implementing a series of edicts that would eventually lead to Japan's near-total isolation from the outside world. This policy was fully realized by 1639, effectively sealing off the country from foreign influence and trade for over 2 centuries. But why would the Tokugawa shogunate take such drastic measures? The reasons were multifaceted. First and foremost, the shogunate feared the growing influence of European powers, particularly Spain and Portugal, who had been making inroads into Japan through trade and Christian missionary work. The shogun and his advisors were concerned that these foreign influences could destabilize their carefully constructed feudal system and potentially lead to colonization, as had happened in other parts of Asia. They saw the spread of Christianity as a particular threat, viewing it as a potential rallying point for opposition to their rule. Under the isolation policy, Japanese citizens were forbidden from leaving the country on pain of death. Similarly, foreigners who entered Japan illegally faced severe punishment or execution. The only exceptions to this rule were a small number of Chinese and Dutch traders who were confined to a tiny artificial island called Dejima in Nagasaki Harbor. This isolation had profound effects on Japanese society and culture. Without significant outside influence, Japan developed unique art forms, literature, and social structures. The samurai class, in particular, saw their role evolve during this period, shifting from battlefield warriors to bureaucrats and administrators in a time of relative peace. However, the isolation policy also had its drawbacks. Japan fell behind in technological advancements, particularly in areas of military technology and industrialization. This technological gap would become painfully apparent when Commodore Matthew Perry's Black Ships arrived in 1853, forcing Japan to open its borders, and ultimately leading to the end of the Tokugawa Shogunate. The isolation policy of the Tokugawa Shogunate remains a subject of debate among historians. While it preserved Japanese culture and maintained political stability for over 2 centuries, it also left Japan vulnerable to external pressures in an increasingly interconnected world. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai, we must understand the societal structure that surrounded them. The Tokugawa Shogunate, which ruled Japan from 1603 to 1868, established a rigid class system that would shape the lives of samurai and their servants for generations. At the top of this hierarchical pyramid sat the emperor, a figurehead with limited political power. Just below him were the shogun and daimyo, the military rulers who held true authority. Then came our focus, the samurai class. Samurai, comprising about 10% of the population, enjoyed numerous privileges. They were the only class permitted to carry 2 swords and had the right to cut down any commoner who offended them, a practice known as kirasut gomen. Below the samurai were the farmers, artisans, and merchants. Despite producing the food and goods that sustained society, farmers were often exploited and lived in poverty. Artisans and merchants, while sometimes wealthy, were considered lower class due to their perceived lack of contribution to society's moral fabric. At the very bottom of this social ladder were the outcasts, or Ada. These individuals performed jobs considered impure, such as executioners, undertakers, or leather workers. They faced severe discrimination and were often forced to live in separate villages. Now, where did the samurai's servants fit into this rigid structure? They occupied a unique and often precarious position. While not samurai themselves, they were closely associated with the warrior class, and sometimes enjoyed better treatment than ordinary commoners. However, this proximity to power was a double-edged sword. Servants were expected to show unwavering loyalty and often faced harsh punishments for even minor infractions. Their lives were not their own, as they were bound to serve their samurai masters in all aspects of daily life. Interestingly, some servants, particularly those serving high-ranking samurai or daimyo, could rise through the ranks. Through exceptional service, or by proving their worth in times of crisis, they might be granted samurai status themselves, a rare but not unheard of occurrence. This class system, with its clear delineations and limited social mobility, created a society where one's birth determined nearly every aspect of their life. For samurai servants, it meant a life of servitude, but also the potential for security and, in rare cases, advancement. As we continue our journey through samurai history, remember that this strict social hierarchy formed the backdrop against which all our stories unfold, shaping the destinies of warriors and servants alike. As the Tokugawa Shogunate took control of Japan in the early 17th century, the economic landscape of the country underwent significant changes. These shifts had a profound impact on the samurai class and their servants. One of the most notable changes was the transition from a rice-based economy to a monetary system. Previously, samurai were paid in rice, which they could then exchange for goods and services. However, as urbanization increased and commerce flourished, cash became more prevalent. This shift posed challenges for many samurai households. While some adapted quickly, others struggled to manage their finances effectively. The servants of these households often bore the brunt of these economic difficulties. Another significant change was the rise of the merchant class. As trade and commerce became more important, merchants began to accumulate wealth and influence. This created tension with the samurai class, who traditionally held higher social status, but now found themselves financially outmatched. For the servants of samurai households, this meant increased instability. If their masters fell into debt or lost favor, servants could find themselves suddenly unemployed or forced to work under harsher conditions to help their masters maintain appearances. The Tokugawa Shogunate also implemented strict regulations on travel and trade between domains. While intended to maintain political stability, these measures had unintended economic consequences. Some regions prospered, while others stagnated, leading to disparities in wealth and opportunities. Servants in prosperous domains might enjoy better living conditions and more job security. In contrast, those in struggling regions often faced hardship and uncertainty. The economic fortunes of their samurai masters directly impacted their own lives. As the samurai class gradually lost its military function during the long peace of the Tokugawa era, many turned to bureaucratic roles or sought additional income through side businesses. This shift in focus sometimes led to neglect of their household staff or increased demands on servants to support these new endeavors. The economic changes of the Tokugawa period also saw the emergence of new types of servants. As some samurai households grew wealthier, they hired specialized staff such as accountants or business managers. These roles often came with better pay and status compared to traditional domestic servants. However, for the majority of servants, life remained challenging. The economic pressures on their samurai masters often translated into reduced wages, longer working hours, and increased job insecurity. The rigid social hierarchy of Tokugawa Japan meant that servants had little recourse to improve their situations. As the Tokugawa Shogunate solidified its power in the early 17th century, Japan entered a period of relative peace and stability known as the Edo period. This era saw significant urban development, particularly in Edo, which would later become modern-day Tokyo. The Tokugawa shoguns implemented a system called sankinkatai, or alternate attendance, which required daimyo, or feudal lords, to maintain residences in both their home domains and in Edo. This policy had a profound impact on urban growth and the economy of Edo. As a result of sankinkatai, Edo's population exploded. By the 18th century, it had become one of the largest cities in the world, with over 1 million inhabitants. The influx of daimyo, their families, and retainers created a demand for goods and services, spurring economic growth and urban expansion. The city's layout reflected the strict social hierarchy of the time. At its center stood Edo Castle, the shogun's residence and seat of power. Surrounding the castle were the spacious estates of the daimyo, while further out lay the neighborhoods of lower-ranking samurai, merchants, and artisans. Urban planners of the Tokugawa period faced unique challenges. Fire was a constant threat in a city primarily built of wood and paper. To combat this, they created wide streets that could act as fire breaks and established a network of firefighting brigades. Water management was another crucial aspect of urban development. The shogunate oversaw the construction of an extensive system of canals and aqueducts to provide clean water to the growing population. These waterways also served as transportation routes, facilitating the movement of goods throughout the city. The urban landscape of Edo was dotted with numerous temples and shrines, which served not only as religious centers, but also as important community gathering places. Many of these structures survive to this day, offering a glimpse into the architectural achievements of the period. As the merchant class grew in wealth and influence, despite their low social status, they began to shape the urban culture of Edo. Theaters, tea houses, and pleasure quarters, like the famous Yashiwara district, became centers of entertainment and artistic expression. The urban development of Edo during the Tokugawa period laid the foundation for Tokyo's emergence as a modern metropolis. Many aspects of the city's layout and infrastructure established during this time continue to influence urban planning in Japan to this day. As the Tokugawa shogunate ushered in an era of peace and stability, Japan experienced a remarkable cultural flowering that would shape its artistic identity for centuries to come. During this period, known as the Edo era, the samurai class found themselves with more time for pursuits beyond warfare. Many turned to the arts, becoming accomplished painters, poets, and calligraphers. This shift in focus led to a golden age of Japanese culture, with new forms of expression emerging and traditional arts reaching new heights of refinement. One of the most significant developments was the rise of ukiyo-e, or pictures of the floating world. These woodblock prints depicted scenes from everyday life, beautiful landscapes, and popular kabuki actors. Artists like Hokusai and Hiroshige created masterpieces that would later inspire European impressionists and continue to captivate audiences worldwide. The tea ceremony, already an important part of samurai culture, evolved into a highly sophisticated art form during this time. The principles of wabi-sabi, which celebrate imperfection and transience, became central to the aesthetic of the ceremony and influenced other arts as well. Literature also flourished under the Tokugawa shogunate. The haiku, a short form of poetry, reached its pinnacle with masters like Matsuo Basho, who elevated the form to new levels of depth and beauty. Prose works, such as Ihara Seikaku's The Life of an Amorous Man, painted vivid pictures of urban life and social dynamics in Edo period Japan. The performing arts saw significant developments as well. Kabuki theater, with its elaborate costumes and stylized acting, became immensely popular among both the elite and common people. Bunraku puppet theater also reached its artistic peak during this time, with complex narratives and sophisticated puppetry techniques. Architecture and garden design flourished under the patronage of wealthy daimyo and merchants. The iconic Katsura Imperial Villa in Kyoto, with its perfect blend of natural and man-made elements, exemplifies the refined aesthetic sensibilities of the era. This cultural renaissance wasn't limited to the upper classes. The growing merchant class in bustling urban centers like Edo, Osaka, and Kyoto became important patrons of the arts. Their tastes influenced the development of more accessible art forms and entertainment, leading to a democratization of culture. The Tokugawa period also saw advancements in science and technology. Japanese scholars, while still operating under the policy of national seclusion, managed to acquire and study Western scientific texts. This led to developments in fields such as astronomy, medicine, and cartography. As we drift off to sleep, let's imagine the vibrant cultural landscape of Edo period Japan. A world where the clash of swords had given way to the gentle brush strokes of master painters, the lyrical verses of poets, and the mesmerizing performances of kabuki actors. This cultural flowering under the Tokugawa shogunate left an indelible mark on Japanese identity, creating a rich tapestry of artistic expression that continues to inspire and captivate people around the world to this day. The Tokugawa shogunate, lasting from 1603 to 1868, marked a significant era in Japanese history, profoundly shaping the role and lifestyle of the samurai class. During this period, Japan experienced relative peace and stability, known as the Pax Tokugawa. This era of tranquility had a profound impact on the samurai, transforming them from battle-hardened warriors into administrators and bureaucrats. The Tokugawa regime implemented strict social hierarchies, with the samurai at the top. However, this elevated status came with its own set of challenges. Many samurai found themselves struggling financially, as their stipends remained fixed while the cost of living rose. The peace also meant fewer opportunities for samurai to prove their worth in battle. This led to a shift in their focus towards education, arts, and philosophy. The concept of Bushido, or the way of the warrior, evolved to emphasize moral and ethical principles alongside martial skills. The Tokugawa period saw the rise of the scholar-warrior ideal. Many samurai became accomplished in various fields, such as literature, calligraphy, and tea ceremony. This cultural refinement became as important as martial prowess in defining the samurai identity. However, the prolonged peace also led to some samurai becoming dissatisfied with their changing role. Some turned to drink or gambling, while others became involved in political intrigues or joined the growing merchant class. The Tokugawa shogunate's policy of national seclusion, or sakoku, further impacted the samurai by limiting their exposure to foreign influences and technologies. This would eventually contribute to the downfall of the shogunate and the samurai class. As we conclude our exploration of the Tokugawa era, we see how this period both elevated and challenged the samurai. It redefined their role in society, shifting from warriors to administrators and cultural icons, ultimately setting the stage for the dramatic changes that would come with the Meiji Restoration. As we conclude our exploration of the samurai's complex social hierarchy, we find ourselves on the cusp of another fascinating aspect of their world. The rigid structure that defined their society extended far beyond the warriors themselves, reaching into every corner of feudal Japan. Now, let's turn our attention to a group often overlooked in samurai tales, their loyal servants. These individuals played a crucial role in the daily lives of the samurai, but their existence was far from glamorous. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai culture, we encounter one of Japan's most revered traditions, the tea ceremony. This elegant ritual, known as chanoyu or sado, is far more than just a simple act of serving tea. It's a highly choreographed art form that embodies the principles of harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. Originating in the 12th century and refined over generations, the Japanese tea ceremony became an integral part of samurai life. It served as a means of spiritual discipline, a way to display cultural refinement, and even a subtle arena for political negotiations. The meticulous attention to detail in every aspect of the ceremony, from the preparation of the tea to the appreciation of the utensils, reflects the samurai's dedication to perfection in all pursuits. As we delve into the tranquil world of Japanese tea ceremonies, let's explore their fascinating origins and cultural significance. The tea ceremony, known as chanoyu or sado in Japanese, is far more than just a simple act of drinking tea. It's a choreographed art form that has been perfected over centuries, embodying the principles of harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. The roots of the Japanese tea ceremony can be traced back to the 12th century, when tea was first introduced to Japan from China. Initially, tea was primarily consumed for its medicinal properties and was popular among Buddhist monks who used it to stay alert during long meditation sessions. However, it wasn't until the 16th century that the tea ceremony, as we know it today, began to take shape. The influential tea master Sen no Rikyu is credited with codifying many of the rules and aesthetics that define the modern tea ceremony. Rikyu emphasized the importance of simplicity, naturalness, and mindfulness in the practice of tea. One of Rikyu's most significant contributions was the concept of wabi-sabi, which celebrates the beauty of imperfection and transience. This philosophy is reflected in the rustic tea houses, handmade ceramic bowls, and the overall minimalist aesthetic of the tea ceremony. The tea ceremony became closely associated with samurai culture during the Sengoku period, a time of civil war in Japan. Warlords would often host tea gatherings as a way to forge alliances and discuss political matters in a peaceful setting. The small tea room, typically measuring just 4.5 tatami mats, created an intimate atmosphere where social hierarchies were temporarily set aside. As the tea ceremony evolved, it became an integral part of Japanese culture, influencing architecture, ceramics, flower arrangement, and even garden design. The meticulous preparation and presentation of matcha, the powdered green tea used in the ceremony, became an art form in itself. The host of a tea ceremony would spend hours, sometimes days, preparing for the event. Every detail, from the selection of the tea utensils to the arrangement of flowers in the alcove, was carefully considered to create a harmonious experience for the guests. The ceremony itself follows a precise sequence of movements and rituals. Guests purify themselves by washing their hands and rinsing their mouths before entering the tea room. They then admire the hanging scroll and flower arrangement before taking their seats on the tatami mats. The host prepares the tea using carefully choreographed movements, each gesture imbued with meaning and respect. The first guest receives the tea bowl, bows to the host and the other guests, and takes 3.5 sips before wiping the rim and passing it to the next person. This elaborate ritual serves as a meditative practice, encouraging participants to be fully present in the moment and appreciate the beauty in simplicity. The tea ceremony continues to be an important cultural tradition in Japan, with many people dedicating years to mastering its intricacies. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai culture, let's explore one of the most revered traditions in Japanese history, the tea ceremony. While not exclusively practiced by samurai, it became an integral part of their refined lifestyle and etiquette. The Japanese tea ceremony, known as chanoyu or sado, is a ritualized form of preparing and serving green tea. Its origins date back to the 12th century, but it was during the time of the samurai that it reached its pinnacle of sophistication. Preparation for a tea ceremony was an art form in itself. The host, often a samurai or a member of the upper class, would spend days, sometimes even weeks, planning every detail. The process began with selecting the appropriate tea utensils, each chosen with great care and consideration. The tea room, or chashitsu, had to be meticulously cleaned and prepared. This wasn't just a matter of dusting and sweeping. Every element in the room was carefully curated to create a harmonious atmosphere. The hanging scroll in the alcove, known as the tokonoma, was selected to complement the season and the occasion. One of the most crucial aspects of preparation was the selection of the tea. The highest grade of powdered green tea, called matcha, was used. The host would carefully measure and sift the tea powder, ensuring its quality and consistency. The water used in the ceremony also required special attention. Pure spring water was preferred, and it had to be brought to the perfect temperature. Too hot, and it would scald the tea, ruining its delicate flavor. Too cool, and the tea wouldn't brew properly. As the day of the ceremony approached, the host would practice the precise movements required for serving the tea. These movements, refined over centuries, were not just functional, but also aesthetically pleasing. Every turn of the tea bowl, every wipe of the tea whisk, had to be executed with grace and precision. For samurai, the tea ceremony was more than just a social event. It was a form of spiritual discipline, a way to cultivate mindfulness and inner peace. The attention to detail required in the preparation mirrored the discipline they applied to their martial training. As we transition to the next part of our journey through samurai culture, remember that the tea ceremony, with its elaborate preparation, exemplifies the samurai's dedication to perfection in all aspects of life. Whether wielding a sword or a tea whisk, the samurai approached each task with unwavering focus and respect for tradition. The Japanese tea ceremony, known as chanoyu or sado, is a ritualized practice steeped in centuries of tradition. Let's explore the intricate steps involved in this elegant and meditative process. First, the host prepares the tea room, or chashitsu, with meticulous care. They arrange the tatami mats, hang a carefully chosen scroll in the tokonoma alcove, and set out the necessary utensils. Each element is placed with precision, creating a harmonious atmosphere for the ceremony. As guests arrive, they purify themselves by washing their hands and rinsing their mouths at a stone basin called the tsukubai. This act symbolizes cleansing both body and mind before entering the tea room. The guests then enter the tea room through a small, low door called the nijirigachi. This entrance requires them to bow and crawl, fostering a sense of humility and leaving the outside world behind. Once seated, the host begins by cleaning the tea utensils in front of the guests. This process, known as temi, is performed with graceful, deliberate movements. The host uses a fukusa, a silk cloth, to wipe the tea container, tea scoop, and whisk, ensuring their cleanliness and purity. Next, the host prepares the matcha, or powdered green tea. They scoop the vibrant green powder into the tea bowl using the chashaku, or tea scoop. Hot water is then added from the kama, or iron kettle, using a long-handled ladle called a hishaku. The host whisks the tea using a chasen, or bamboo whisk, creating a smooth, frothy consistency. This whisking is done with practiced precision, ensuring the perfect texture and temperature for the tea. Once prepared, the host presents the tea bowl to the first guest with a bow. The guest receives it with a respectful bow in return, rotates the bowl slightly, and takes a sip. After wiping the rim, they pass the bowl to the next guest, who repeats the process. Throughout the ceremony, conversation is kept to a minimum, focusing instead on the appreciation of the tea, the utensils, and the tranquil atmosphere. The host and guests may discuss the tea's flavor, the design of the tea bowl, or the scroll hanging in the tokonoma. As the ceremony concludes, the host cleans the utensils once more, allowing the guests to examine and appreciate them. This final act emphasizes the importance of each element in the ceremony and the care taken in their selection and use. The Japanese tea ceremony is more than just drinking tea. It's a spiritual practice that embodies the principles of harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. Each step, from the preparation of the room to the final cleaning of the utensils, is infused with meaning and mindfulness, creating a truly unique and profound experience. The Japanese tea ceremony, known as chanoyu, is far more than just a simple act of drinking tea. It's a profound cultural practice that embodies core philosophical principles of Japanese aesthetics and spirituality. Let's delve into the deeper meanings behind this centuries-old ritual. At its heart, the tea ceremony is a manifestation of wabi-sabi, a Japanese worldview centered on the acceptance of transience and imperfection. This philosophy is reflected in every aspect of the ceremony, from the rustic simplicity of the tea room to the carefully chosen, often asymmetrical utensils. The concept of ikai-go ikai, or one time, one meeting, is another crucial element. This principle emphasizes the uniqueness of each gathering and the importance of treasuring the present moment. It reminds participants that each tea ceremony is a once-in-a-lifetime experience that can never be exactly replicated. The tea ceremony also incorporates the Zen Buddhist concept of mindfulness. Every movement, from the way the host whisks the tea to how guests handle their bowls, is performed with deliberate care and attention. This practice of mindfulness extends beyond the ceremony, encouraging participants to approach all aspects of life with the same level of awareness and respect. Another key philosophy is that of harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. The four principles of the way of tea as codified by the tea master Sen no Rikyu. Harmony refers to the seamless interaction between host, guests, and nature. Respect is shown through every careful gesture and interaction. Purity is both literal, in the cleansing rituals, and metaphorical, in the clearing of one's mind. Tranquility is the ultimate goal, achieved through the careful execution of the other principles. The aesthetic principle of Ma, or negative space, is also crucial. In the tea ceremony, Ma is present in the simplicity of the tea room, the pauses between actions, and even in the conversation, where silence is as valued as speech. This embracing of emptiness creates a space for contemplation and spiritual growth. Lastly, the tea ceremony embodies the concept of ikazukanryu, or one sitting, one gathering. This idea emphasizes social equality, as all participants, regardless of their status outside the tea room, are considered equal during the ceremony. It's a powerful reminder of our shared humanity and the importance of setting aside social hierarchies to connect on a deeper level. Through these philosophical principles, the Japanese tea ceremony becomes more than a social event or a simple refreshment. It's a profound practice that encourages self-reflection, mindfulness, and a deep appreciation for the beauty of imperfection and the transience of life. The Japanese tea ceremony, known as Chanoyu, Sado, or simply the way of tea, was far more than just a casual beverage break. It was a highly ritualized and symbolic practice that held immense social importance in samurai culture, emerging in the 12th century and reaching its peak during the peaceful Edo period. The tea ceremony became a crucial element of samurai etiquette and diplomacy. It served as a means to display refinement, cultivate mindfulness, and forge alliances among the warrior class. The ceremony itself was a meticulous affair, often lasting several hours. Every movement, from the arrangement of utensils to the whisking of the powdered green tea, was performed with deliberate grace and precision. This attention to detail reflected the samurai's discipline and control, qualities highly valued in their martial pursuits. But why was it so important? Well, the tea ceremony provided a unique social space where samurai could interact on equal footing, regardless of their rank or status. In the small, intimate tea room, known as a chashitsu, social hierarchies were temporarily suspended. This allowed for more open and honest communication, making it an ideal setting for political discussions and negotiations. The aesthetics of the tea ceremony also aligned closely with samurai values. The concept of wabi-sabi, which emphasizes simplicity, imperfection, and transience, resonated deeply with the samurai's philosophical outlook. It reminded them of the fleeting nature of life and the importance of finding beauty in the present moment. Mastery of the tea ceremony became a mark of cultural sophistication among the samurai class. Many daimyo, or feudal lords, employed tea masters and built elaborate tea houses on their estates. Some even used their tea utensils as status symbols, with certain famous tea bowls being worth as much as a castle. The influence of the tea ceremony extended beyond social interactions. It played a role in architecture, garden design, and even the development of Japanese ceramics. The demand for high-quality tea utensils spurred innovation in pottery techniques and aesthetics. Interestingly, the tea ceremony also served as a form of mental training for samurai. The focus required to perform each step precisely helped cultivate a state of calm awareness, not unlike the concentration needed in combat. This meditative aspect of the ceremony was seen as complementary to martial training. In essence, the Japanese tea ceremony encapsulated many core aspects of samurai culture: discipline, aesthetics, philosophy, and social dynamics. It was a practice that allowed warriors to demonstrate their cultural refinement, while also providing a space for important social and political interactions. As we conclude our exploration of the Japanese tea ceremony, it's important to recognize its lasting impact on Japanese culture and its global influence. The ceremony, known as Chanoyu, continues to be practiced and revered to this day, serving as a bridge between Japan's rich past and its modern present. The principles of harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility that form the foundation of the tea ceremony have transcended their original context. These values have become integral to Japanese society, influencing everything from business etiquette to personal relationships. The emphasis on mindfulness and being present in the moment resonates with many seeking respite from our fast-paced, technology-driven world. Moreover, the aesthetic principles of wabi-sabi, which celebrate imperfection and transience, have found their way into contemporary art and design globally. The simplicity and understated elegance of tea ceremony utensils and the tea room itself have inspired minimalist architecture and interior design far beyond Japan's borders. The tea ceremony has also played a significant role in diplomacy. Throughout history, it has been used as a means to foster understanding and build relationships between different cultures. Today, it continues to serve as a unique way for Japan to share its cultural heritage with the world. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on the profound wisdom embedded in this centuries-old tradition. The tea ceremony teaches us to find beauty in simplicity, to treat others with respect, and to cultivate inner peace amidst life's chaos. These lessons, born from the meticulous preparation of a simple bowl of tea, offer valuable insights that can enrich our lives, regardless of our cultural background. In our modern world of constant notifications and instant gratification, perhaps we could all benefit from occasionally slowing down, focusing on the present moment, and finding joy in the simple act of sharing tea with others. The Japanese tea ceremony stands as a testament to the enduring power of tradition and the universal human desire for connection, mindfulness, and harmony. As we leave behind the tailies of samurai servants, we turn our attention to another intriguing aspect of feudal Japan. The next story reveals the unexpected challenges faced by those who wielded great power. Prepare yourself for a surprising look at the lives of daimyo, the powerful feudal lords who ruled over vast domains. Their world was not always as glamorous as one might imagine. As we approach the twilight of the samurai era, we encounter a pivotal moment in Japanese history, the Meiji Restoration. This transformative period would forever alter the landscape of Japan and spell the end of the samurai class as we know it. In 1868, a seismic shift occurred in Japan's power structure. The Tokugawa Shogunate, which had ruled for over 2 centuries, was overthrown. In its place, a new government emerged, centered around the young Emperor Meiji. This marked the beginning of Japan's rapid modernization and westernization. For the samurai, this change would prove both profound and irreversible. Their privileged status, honed over centuries of martial tradition, was about to face its greatest challenge yet. As we delve deeper into the Meiji era, we'll explore how these once revered warriors adapted, or failed to adapt, to a rapidly changing world. As we approach the twilight of the samurai era, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment in Japanese history, the Meiji Restoration. This period, beginning in 1868, marked the end of the Tokugawa Shogunate and ushered in a new age of modernization that would forever change the role of the samurai in Japanese society. The Meiji Restoration was driven by a desire to catch up with Western powers and avoid colonization. Emperor Meiji, taking center stage in Japanese politics, for the first time in centuries, initiated sweeping reforms that would transform Japan from a feudal society into a modern nation-state. One of the most significant changes was the dismantling of the hand system, which had been the backbone of samurai power for generations. The feudal domains were abolished, and a centralized government took control. This meant that samurai could no longer rely on their traditional roles and stipends from their lords. In 1873, the government dealt another blow to the samurai class by implementing a universal conscription law. This meant that commoners could now serve in the military, effectively ending the samurai's monopoly on warfare. The once proud warriors found themselves competing with peasants and merchants for positions in the new imperial army. Perhaps the most symbolic change came in 1876 with the Heitorei Edict, which banned the wearing of swords in public. For centuries, the sword had been the soul of the samurai, a symbol of their status and power. Now, it was reduced to a relic of the past. Many samurai struggled to adapt to this new world. Some found work in the government or military, while others turned to teaching or business. However, not all accepted these changes peacefully. The Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, led by the famous samurai Seigo Takamori, was a last desperate attempt to preserve the old ways. Despite their martial skills, the rebel samurai were no match for the modern weapons and tactics of the imperial army. The rebellion's failure marked the definitive end of the samurai as a warrior class. Seigo Takamori, often called the last samurai, died in battle, becoming a romantic symbol of a bygone era. While the samurai as a social class had been abolished, their influence on Japanese culture remained strong. The ideals of Bushido loyalty, honor, and duty, continued to shape Japanese society long after the last sword-wielding warrior had fallen. The samurai ethos found new expression in business, politics, and even in Japan's rapid modernization. As we close this chapter on the end of the samurai era, we're reminded that even the mightiest institutions can fall to the inexorable march of progress. The samurai, once the unquestioned elite of Japanese society, found themselves relics in a world that had moved beyond them. Yet, their legacy lives on, a testament to the enduring power of tradition in the face of change. As we approach the twilight of the samurai era, we come to a pivotal moment in Japanese history, the Meiji Restoration. This period, beginning in 1868, marked a dramatic shift from feudal Japan to a modern, industrialized nation. The Meiji Restoration was more than just a change in leadership. It was a complete overhaul of Japanese society. The young Emperor Meiji, barely 15 years old, became the figurehead of this sweeping transformation. His reign saw Japan open its doors to the world after centuries of isolation. For the samurai class, this modernization spelled the end of their way of life. The new government, eager to catch up with Western powers, began dismantling the feudal system. In 1871, the hand system was abolished, stripping daimyo of their domains and samurai of their stipends. But the changes didn't stop there. In 1873, the government introduced universal conscription, creating a modern army open to all social classes. This dealt a severe blow to the samurai's exclusive right to bear arms and their identity as warriors. Perhaps the most symbolic change came in 1876 with the Heitorei Edict. This law banned samurai from wearing swords in public, a privilege that had been the very essence of their identity for centuries. Imagine the shock and dismay of these proud warriors, suddenly stripped of their most visible symbol of status and honor. Many samurai struggled to adapt to this new world. Some found roles in the new government or military, while others turned to business or education. But for many, the transition was difficult and painful. The loss of status and income led to poverty and resentment. This discontent culminated in the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, led by the famous samurai Seigo Takamori. Often called the last samurai, Seigo led a desperate, doomed uprising against the modernizing government. The rebellion's failure marked the definitive end of the samurai as a significant political and military force in Japan. Yet even as the samurai class faded, their values and ideals continued to influence Japanese society. The concept of Bushido, the samurai code of conduct, was reinterpreted and applied to modern life. It became a source of national pride and identity, shaping Japan's military and corporate culture well into the 20th century. As we reflect on this transformative period, we see how the end of the samurai era was both an ending and a beginning. The skills and discipline that had made the samurai formidable warriors were now channeled into making Japan a formidable modern nation. The samurai's legacy lived on, not in swords and armor, but in the spirit of dedication and honor that helped propel Japan into the modern age. As we approach the twilight of the samurai era, we encounter a pivotal moment in Japanese history, the Meiji Restoration. This period, beginning in 1868, marked a dramatic shift in Japan's political and social landscape, with far-reaching consequences for the samurai class. The arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry's black ships in 1853 had shattered Japan's centuries-long isolation. This event, coupled with internal pressures, led to the fall of the Tokugawa Shogunate and the restoration of imperial rule under Emperor Meiji. The new government embarked on an ambitious modernization program, looking to the West for inspiration. One of the most significant changes was the adoption of Western military tactics and technology. The traditional samurai way of warfare, with its emphasis on individual combat skills and honor, was rapidly becoming obsolete in the face of modern firearms and artillery. The government established a conscript army, modeled after European militaries, which effectively ended the samurai's monopoly on military service. Western influence extended beyond just military matters. The Meiji government embraced Western-style education, industry, and governance. They sent delegations abroad to study foreign systems and invited Western experts to Japan. This influx of new ideas and technologies challenged the traditional samurai values and way of life. The samurai class, once at the pinnacle of Japanese society, found their privileges eroding. In 1876, the government issued the Heitorei Edict, which prohibited samurai from wearing swords in public, a devastating blow to their identity and status. Many samurai struggled to adapt to this new reality, finding themselves ill-equipped for life in a rapidly modernizing Japan. Some samurai embraced the changes, becoming entrepreneurs, politicians, or educators in the new system. Others resisted fiercely, leading to rebellions such as the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, led by the famous Seigo Takamori. These uprisings were ultimately crushed by the new imperial army, symbolizing the final defeat of the old samurai order. The Meiji Restoration thus marked the end of the samurai as a distinct social class. Their code of Bushido, however, would continue to influence Japanese culture and values long after their official dissolution. The samurai's legacy would be reimagined and romanticized in later years, becoming a powerful symbol of Japanese tradition and spirit in a modernized world. As the sun set on the era of the samurai, a new dawn broke over Japan with the Meiji Restoration of 1868. This pivotal moment in Japanese history marked the end of the feudal system and the beginning of a rapid modernization process that would transform the nation into an industrial powerhouse. The Meiji period, named after Emperor Meiji, ushered in an era of unprecedented change. The new government, eager to catch up with Western powers, embarked on a mission to industrialize Japan at breakneck speed. This radical shift had profound implications for the samurai class and the entire social structure of Japan. One of the most significant changes was the abolition of the hand system, which had been the backbone of feudal Japan. The daimyo, or feudal lords, were ordered to surrender their lands to the emperor, effectively dismantling the power structure that had supported the samurai for centuries. The samurai, once the elite warrior class, found themselves in a precarious position. Their traditional role as protectors and administrators was becoming obsolete in this new, modernizing Japan. Many samurai struggled to adapt to the rapidly changing society, their skills and values seemingly at odds with the industrial age. The government implemented a series of reforms that further eroded the samurai's status. In 1873, conscription was introduced, creating a modern national army that replaced the need for samurai warriors. This dealt a severe blow to the samurai's identity and purpose. Perhaps the most symbolic change came in 1876, when the government issued the Heitorei Edict, banning the wearing of swords in public. This edict struck at the very heart of samurai identity, as the sword had long been a symbol of their status and way of life. As Japan embraced Western technology and ideas, many former samurai found themselves struggling to make a living. Some adapted by becoming entrepreneurs or entering government service, while others resisted the changes, leading to rebellions like the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877. The Industrial Revolution that swept through Japan during this period was nothing short of remarkable. Within a few decades, Japan transformed from a largely agrarian society to a modern industrial nation. Factories sprang up across the country, producing textiles, steel, and other goods that would soon compete on the global market. This rapid industrialization had a profound impact on Japanese society. Traditional crafts and industries were often replaced by mass production, and many people moved from rural areas to growing urban centers in search of work. The landscape of Japan was changing, both literally and figuratively. As we delve deeper into the Meiji Restoration, we encounter a period of profound social change that reshaped the very fabric of Japanese society. The abolition of the samurai class in 1876 marked a seismic shift in the social order that had existed for centuries. With the stroke of a pen, the government dismantled the rigid caste system that had defined Japan for generations. Suddenly, The once revered samurai found themselves stripped of their privileged status and special rights. The impact was immediate and far-reaching, affecting not just the warriors themselves, but also those who had served them. For the servants of samurai households, this change brought both opportunity and uncertainty. Many found themselves suddenly unemployed as their masters, now deprived of their stipends and social standing, could no longer afford to maintain large households. These servants, once bound by duty and tradition to their samurai lords, were now thrust into a rapidly modernizing world. However, the dissolution of the class system also opened up new possibilities. Former servants were now free to pursue education and careers that had previously been closed to them. Some even found themselves in better positions than their former masters, as practical skills became more valued than martial prowess in the new Japan. The government's push for modernization created new industries and job opportunities. Former servants who had skills in crafts or trade found themselves well positioned to take advantage of the growing economy. Those who had served in samurai households often had a level of education and refinement that gave them an edge in the new social order. Yet this transition was not without its challenges. Many former servants struggled to adapt to a world without the structure and security of their previous roles. The sudden shift in social dynamics led to a period of instability and uncertainty for many. Interestingly, some former servants maintained close ties with their previous samurai employers, helping them navigate the new social landscape. In some cases, the roles even reversed, with former servants becoming employers or patrons to struggling ex-samurai. The Meiji government also implemented policies to help integrate former lower classes into the new society. Universal education became a cornerstone of the new Japan, allowing children of all backgrounds to access learning that was once reserved for the elite. As we reflect on this tumultuous period, we see how the end of the samurai era brought about a social revolution that touched every level of Japanese society. The story of the servants during this time is a testament to the resilience and adaptability of the human spirit in the face of dramatic change. The Meiji Restoration marked the end of an era for the samurai class, but its impact on Japan was far-reaching and transformative. As we conclude our exploration of this pivotal period, let's reflect on the lasting changes it brought about. The abolition of the samurai class in 1876 was a seismic shift in Japanese society. Many former samurai struggled to find their place in the new order, with some joining the government or military, while others faced economic hardship. The famous Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, led by Seigo Takamori, was a last desperate attempt by disgruntled samurai to resist these changes, but it was ultimately crushed. despite the challenges faced by individual samurai, the Meiji Restoration set Japan on a path of rapid modernization and industrialization. The feudal system was dismantled, and a centralized government took its place. Western-style education, technology, and military practices were adopted, laying the groundwork for Japan's emergence as a major world power. The transformation wasn't limited to politics and economics. Japanese culture underwent significant changes as well. Traditional clothing gave way to Western-style suits and dresses, especially in urban areas. The rigid class system was officially abolished, though social hierarchies persisted in new forms. Perhaps most importantly, the Meiji Restoration instilled a new sense of national identity in Japan. The emperor, once a figurehead, became a symbol of national unity and progress. This shift in perspective would have profound implications for Japan's role on the world stage in the decades to come. As we close this chapter of our samurai stories, it's worth noting that while the samurai as a class ceased to exist, their legacy lived on. The ideals of Bushido, the samurai code of conduct, continued to influence Japanese society and culture. The spirit of the samurai, with its emphasis on loyalty, honor, and self-discipline, was reinterpreted and incorporated into Japan's modernization efforts. In many ways, the end of the samurai era marked the beginning of modern Japan. The Meiji Restoration set in motion changes that would transform Japan from an isolated feudal society into a major industrial and military power in just a few decades. This rapid modernization would have far-reaching consequences, shaping not only Japan's future, but also its relationships with other nations around the world. As we leave behind the tailies of samurai servants, we venture into another fascinating aspect of feudal Japan. The next story takes us to the heart of samurai culture, where honor and duty intertwined with unexpected consequences. Prepare yourself for a tale that showcases the complex world of Bushido and the sometimes surprising outcomes of unwavering loyalty. As we journey through Japan's rich history, we'd be remiss not to mention the Ainu people, the indigenous inhabitants of Hokkaido and parts of northern Honshu. Long before the samurai roamed the land, the Ainu had developed a unique culture and way of life. These ancient people, with their distinctive physical features and intricate tattoos, lived in harmony with nature for thousands of years. Their society was built on hunting, fishing, and gathering, with a deep spiritual connection to the world around them. The Ainu's history is one of resilience and struggle as they faced increasing pressure from Japanese expansion. Their interactions with samurai and later government policies would shape their fate in ways that still resonate today. Let's explore the fascinating world of the Ainu and their place in Japan's complex tapestry. before the samurai roamed Japan, another group of people inhabited the northern islands. These were the Ainu, an indigenous people with a rich culture and fascinating history. The origins of the Ainu people are shrouded in mystery, but archaeological evidence suggests they have lived in Hokkaido, parts of Honshu, Sakhalin, and the Kuril Islands for thousands of years. Their unique language, distinct physical features, and cultural practices set them apart from other Japanese populations. The Ainu were skilled hunters and gatherers, living in harmony with nature. They developed a complex animistic religion, believing that gods or spirits called kami resided in all things, from animals and plants to natural phenomena like fire and water. Their society was organized around cotton, or villages, typically situated near rivers or seashores. Each cotton was led by a chief, often the most respected hunter in the community. The Ainu were known for their intricate tattoos, particularly the mouth tattoos worn by women, which were believed to ward off evil spirits. The Ainu's relationship with the Japanese was complex and often fraught with tension. As Japanese settlers pushed northward, conflicts arose over land and resources. By the Meiji period in the late 19th century, the Japanese government implemented policies aimed at assimilating the Ainu, banning their language and traditional practices. Despite these challenges, Ainu culture has persevered. In recent decades, there has been a resurgence of interest in Ainu heritage, with efforts to preserve their language, art, and traditions. In 2019, Japan officially recognized the Ainu as an indigenous people, a significant step towards acknowledging their unique place in Japanese history. The Ainu were skilled craftspeople, creating beautiful textiles, intricate wood carvings, and elaborate jewelry. Their clothing, made from animal skins and bark fibers, was adorned with geometric patterns that held spiritual significance. These designs, passed down through generations, continue to inspire artists and designers today. One of the most fascinating aspects of Ainu culture is their oral tradition. Epic poems called Yokai were memorized and recited, preserving their history, myths, and legends. These Yokai could be incredibly long, some taking several nights to recite in full, showcasing the remarkable memory and storytelling abilities of Ainu bards. As we delve deeper into Japanese history, it's crucial to remember that the story of Japan is not just about samurai and emperors. The Ainu people, with their rich culture and enduring spirit, are an integral part of the tapestry that makes up Japan's diverse heritage. As we delve deeper into Japan's rich history, we encounter a fascinating group that often goes overlooked: the Ainu people. These indigenous inhabitants of northern Japan, particularly Hokkaido, have a unique culture and lifestyle that dates back thousands of years. The Ainu were hunter-gatherers, living in harmony with nature and developing a deep spiritual connection to their environment. Their traditional homes, called chais, were made of wood with thatched roofs and a central fireplace that served as the heart of their dwellings. Ainu men were skilled hunters, using spears and bows to hunt bear, deer, and salmon. These animals weren't just sources of food, they held great spiritual significance in Ainu culture. The bear, in particular, was revered as a god descending to earth in animal form. Women, on the other hand, were responsible for gathering plants, weaving, and maintaining the household. They were also talented artisans, creating intricate embroidery on their traditional robes called a tush, made from the inner bark of elm trees. The Ainu had a rich oral tradition, passing down their history and beliefs through yokai, or epic poems. These stories often featured heroes, gods, and the origins of their people, preserving their cultural identity through generations. Spirituality played a crucial role in Ainu life. They believed in kami, or gods, that inhabited all aspects of nature. Rituals and ceremonies were conducted to maintain harmony with these spirits, including the famous Iyamante, or bear ceremony. The Ainu language, distinct from Japanese, was primarily spoken rather than written. It's characterized by its complex verb system and lack of grammatical gender, reflecting the unique worldview of its speakers. Unfortunately, as Japanese settlers moved northward, the Ainu faced discrimination and forced assimilation. Their land was taken, and their traditional lifestyle was severely disrupted. It wasn't until 2008 that Japan officially recognized the Ainu as an indigenous people. Today, efforts are being made to preserve and revitalize Ainu culture. Museums, cultural centers, and educational programs are working to keep their traditions alive and promote understanding of this remarkable people. The story of the Ainu serves as a reminder of Japan's diverse cultural tapestry and the importance of preserving indigenous heritage. Their resilience in the face of adversity and their deep connection to nature continue to inspire and educate us about alternative ways of living in harmony with our environment. The Ainu, the indigenous people of northern Japan, have a rich spiritual tradition that is deeply intertwined with nature and their ancestral lands. Their beliefs and practices offer a fascinating glimpse into a world where the physical and spiritual realms are intimately connected. At the heart of Ainu spirituality is the concept of kami, which refers to spirits or deities that inhabit all aspects of the natural world. The Ainu believe that everything in nature, from animals and plants to mountains and rivers, possesses a spiritual essence. These kami are not distant, unreachable gods, but rather active participants in the daily lives of the Ainu people. One of the most important kami in Ainu belief is kimun kami, the bear god. The bear is revered as a messenger between the world of humans and the realm of the gods. The Ainu would conduct elaborate bear ceremonies, known as Ayamonte, where a bear cub would be raised in the village for several years before being ritually sacrificed and sent back to the world of the kami. Another significant aspect of Ainu spirituality is the role of the shaman, or tusker. These individuals, often women, serve as intermediaries between the human world and the spirit realm. They perform rituals, interpret dreams, and communicate with the kami to seek guidance and healing for their community. The Ainu also have a rich tradition of oral storytelling, passing down their spiritual beliefs and cultural heritage through epic poems called Yokai. These narratives often feature heroic figures and their interactions with various kami, reinforcing the interconnectedness of the human and spirit worlds. Central to Ainu spiritual practices are the Ina, sacred wooden sticks that are intricately carved and used as offerings to the kami. These Ina serve as a physical representation of prayers and act as a bridge between the human and spirit realms. The Ainu would place these offerings at sacred sites, in their homes, and during important ceremonies. The Ainu worldview also emphasizes the importance of maintaining harmony with nature. They believe that disrespecting the natural world or failing to properly honor the kami can lead to misfortune, illness, or ecological imbalance. This spiritual connection to the environment has fostered a deep sense of stewardship and respect for the land among the Ainu people. Despite centuries of discrimination and forced assimilation policies by the Japanese government, many Ainu today are working to preserve and revitalize their spiritual traditions. This resurgence of interest in Ainu spirituality not only helps to maintain their cultural identity, but also offers valuable insights into sustainable living and our relationship with the natural world. The Ainu, the indigenous people of northern Japan, have a rich and complex history that intertwines with the broader narrative of Japanese civilization. Their relationship with the Japanese has been marked by periods of conflict, cultural exchange, and, unfortunately, oppression. The Ainu traditionally inhabited Hokkaido, the northernmost of Japan's main islands, as well as parts of Sakhalin and the Kuril Islands. Their culture, distinct from that of the Japanese, was characterized by a deep spiritual connection to nature, intricate oral traditions, and unique customs that set them apart from their southern neighbors. Early interactions between the Ainu and the Japanese were primarily centered around trade. The Ainu provided valuable goods such as furs, salmon, and eagle feathers, while the Japanese offered rice, iron tools, and other manufactured items. This mutually beneficial relationship, however, began to shift as Japanese influence expanded northward. By the Edo period, 1603-1868, the balance of power had tilted decisively in favor of the Japanese. The Matsumi clan, granted control over southern Hokkaido by the Tokugawa Shogunate, began to encroach on Ainu lands. They established a system of trading posts that gradually eroded Ainu autonomy and economic independence. As Japanese settlers moved into Hokkaido, conflicts arose over land and resources. The Ainu, facing increasing pressure, staged several rebellions. The most notable of these was the Shakashane's revolt in 1669, led by the Ainu chieftain Shakashane. Despite initial successes, the revolt was ultimately suppressed, marking a turning point in Ainu-Japanese relations. The Meiji Restoration of 1868 brought about even more dramatic changes for the Ainu. The new government, eager to modernize and unify Japan, implemented policies aimed at assimilating the Ainu into mainstream Japanese society. In 1899, the government passed the Hokkaido Former Aborigines Protection Act, which, despite its name, actually accelerated the erosion of Ainu culture. This act banned traditional Ainu practices, forced them to adopt Japanese names, and mandated Japanese language education. The Ainu were also dispossessed of their ancestral lands, which were declared state property. These policies had a devastating effect on Ainu culture and society, leading to widespread poverty and discrimination. For much of the 20th century, the Ainu faced significant challenges in maintaining their cultural identity and gaining recognition of their rights. It wasn't until 2008 that the Japanese government officially recognized the Ainu as an indigenous people of Japan, a landmark moment in their long struggle for acknowledgement and respect. Today, efforts are being made to preserve and revitalize Ainu culture, language, and traditions. Museums, cultural centers, and educational programs are working to raise awareness about Ainu history and promote understanding between the Ainu and other Japanese citizens. While challenges remain, as we delve deeper into the rich tapestry of Japan's history, we encounter a fascinating group often overlooked in mainstream narratives: the Ainu people. Indigenous to Hokkaido, the northernmost of Japan's main islands, the Ainu have a unique culture that stands apart from that of mainland Japan. The Ainu people have inhabited their ancestral lands for thousands of years, developing a complex society deeply intertwined with nature. Their traditional lifestyle revolved around hunting, fishing, and gathering, with a profound spiritual connection to the natural world around them. One of the most striking aspects of Ainu culture is their animistic belief system. The Ainu believed that gods, or kami, resided in all natural phenomena, from animals and plants to mountains and rivers. This worldview shaped their daily lives and rituals, fostering a deep respect for the environment. Central to Ainu spiritual practices was the Ayamante ceremony, often referred to as the Bear Festival. This elaborate ritual involved raising a bear cub as part of the community for several years before ceremonially sacrificing it. Far from being cruel, this practice was seen as a way to honor the bear spirit and ensure its return to the realm of the gods. Ainu society was traditionally egalitarian, with men and women sharing many responsibilities. Women were highly respected and played crucial roles in both domestic and spiritual matters. They were known for their intricate textile work, creating beautiful robes called a tush, made from the inner bark of elm trees and decorated with complex geometric patterns. The Ainu language, unrelated to Japanese, is a linguistic treasure. Rich in oral traditions, it was used to pass down yokai, or epic poems, that preserved their history and mythology. These oral narratives could be incredibly long, some taking several nights to recite in full. Ainu men were recognized by their full beards and elaborate tattoos. Women typically had tattoos around their mouths, which were believed to repel evil spirits and symbolize their transition into adulthood. These tattoos, known as sanui, were an integral part of Ainu identity and beauty standards. Despite centuries of cultural suppression and forced assimilation policies by the Japanese government, the Ainu have fought to preserve their heritage. In recent decades, there has been a resurgence of interest in Ainu culture, both within Japan and internationally. This renewed focus has led to increased efforts to revitalize the Ainu language and traditional practices. Today, while many aspects of traditional Ainu life have been lost or altered, the spirit of this ancient culture lives on. Modern Ainu continue to celebrate their heritage through music, dance, and crafts, ensuring that the wisdom and beauty of their ancestors' ways are not forgotten in the mists of time. As we conclude our exploration of the ancient Ainu people, it's important to recognize their enduring legacy and the challenges they face today. Despite centuries of discrimination and forced assimilation, the Ainu culture has persevered, with modern descendants working tirelessly to preserve their unique heritage. In 2019, Japan officially recognized the Ainu as an indigenous people, a significant step towards acknowledging their distinct identity and historical importance. This recognition has led to increased efforts to revitalize Ainu language, traditions, and customs. The Upapoi National Ainu Museum and Park, which opened in 2020 in Hokkaido, serves as a central hub for Ainu culture and history. This facility not only educates visitors about Ainu traditions, but also provides a space for Ainu people to celebrate and share their heritage with the world. However, challenges remain. Many Ainu still face discrimination and economic hardships. The struggle to reclaim ancestral lands and fishing rights continues, as does the effort to fully integrate Ainu history into Japan's educational curriculum. The story of the Ainu is a testament to the resilience of indigenous cultures in the face of adversity. Their journey from ancient times to the present day reminds us of the importance of cultural diversity and the need to protect and celebrate unique traditions. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on the rich tapestry of human history and the countless stories of peoples like the Ainu that have shaped our world. Their legacy teaches us valuable lessons about respect, perseverance, and the enduring power of cultural identity. In our next segment, we'll explore another fascinating aspect of Japanese history. But for now, let the echoes of Ainu songs and the whispers of their ancient forests guide you into a peaceful slumber where dreams of snow-capped mountains and pristine rivers await. As we conclude our exploration of the samurai's servant's challenging life, we shift our focus to another intriguing aspect of feudal Japan. The next story delves into the complex world of ninja espionage and their secretive techniques. Prepare to uncover the hidden truths behind these legendary shadow warriors and their role in shaping Japanese history. As we journey through the annals of Japanese history, we stumble upon a fascinating chapter that often goes untold: the tales of castaways. These stories of survival, isolation, and cultural clash offer a unique window into the closed world of feudal Japan. From shipwrecked sailors to accidental adventurers, these individuals found themselves thrust into extraordinary circumstances, testing the limits of human endurance and adaptability. In the next few minutes, we'll explore some of the most intriguing castaway stories from Japan's past. These accounts not only shed light on the resilience of the human spirit, but also provide valuable insights into the complex relationships between Japan and the outside world during a time of self-imposed isolation. So, let's set sail into these turbulent waters of history and discover the remarkable tales of Japanese castaways. In the annals of Japanese history, few tales are as captivating as that of Manjiro, a humble fisherman who became Japan's first American immigrant. His extraordinary journey began in 1841 off the coast of Shikoku. Manjiro, just 14 years old at the time, was part of a 5-man fishing crew when disaster struck. A violent storm capsized their small boat, leaving them stranded on a remote, uninhabited island called Torishima. For nearly 6 months, the castaways survived on a diet of albatrosses, shellfish, and whatever meager sustenance they could scavenge from the barren island. Their hopes of rescue dwindled with each passing day, until an American whaling ship, the John Howland, appeared on the horizon. Captain William Whitfield, moved by compassion, decided to rescue the Japanese fishermen. However, due to Japan's strict isolationist policies at the time, returning them directly to their homeland was impossible. Instead, the captain offered to take them to Hawaii, then known as the Sandwich Islands. Manjiro, displaying the curiosity and courage that would define his life, volunteered to continue on with the whaling ship to America. Captain Whitfield, impressed by the young boy's eagerness to learn, took Manjiro under his wing and even adopted him upon reaching Massachusetts. In America, Manjiro, now known as John Mung, received a formal education and learned English. He studied navigation, shipbuilding, and whaling techniques, knowledge that would prove invaluable in the years to come. After nearly a decade in America, Manjiro longed to return to Japan. In 1851, he embarked on a perilous journey back to his homeland, fully aware that he risked execution for leaving the country, a crime punishable by death under the isolationist Tokugawa Shogunate. Upon his return, Manjiro was initially treated with suspicion and placed under house arrest. However, his unique knowledge of Western culture and technology soon caught the attention of Japanese officials. They recognized the potential value of his experiences in an era when Japan was cautiously considering opening its borders. Manjiro's expertise proved crucial during the historic visit of Commodore Matthew Perry in 1853. As Japan grappled with the pressure to end its isolation, Manjiro served as an interpreter and advisor, helping to bridge the cultural gap between Japan and the West. The once humble fisherman went on to become a samurai, a professor, and a respected figure in Japan's modernization efforts. Manjiro's incredible journey from Castaway to cultural ambassador exemplifies the profound changes that swept through Japan in the mid-19th century as the nation stood on the brink of a new era. In the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, Japanese sailors faced incredible challenges and harrowing adventures. Let's dive into some remarkable castaway tales that showcase the resilience and ingenuity of these seafarers. One of the most famous castaway stories is that of Nakahama Manjiro, also known as John Mung. In 1841, at the age of 14, Manjiro and 4 fellow fishermen were caught in a storm and shipwrecked on a remote island. After months of survival, they were rescued by an American whaling ship. Manjiro's adventure didn't end there. He traveled to America, learned English, and became the first Japanese person to receive a Western education. Years later, he returned to Japan, playing a crucial role as an interpreter during Commodore Perry's expedition to open Japan to the West. Another incredible tale is that of Aguri Jukichi and his crew. In 1813, their ship was caught in a typhoon and drifted for an astonishing 484 days before reaching the coast of California. During their ordeal, they survived on rainwater, fish, and even resorted to eating leather from their boat to stave off starvation. Upon reaching land, Jukichi and his surviving crewmates faced new challenges. They were initially held captive by Native Americans before being rescued by Spanish missionaries. Eventually, they made their way back to Japan, bringing with them tales of a world beyond their isolated homeland. These castaway stories weren't just tales of survival. They often had significant historical impact. Take the case of Adakichi, who was shipwrecked in 1832. After drifting for over a year, he and his companions landed in Washington state. Adakichi's knowledge of Japanese proved invaluable to American and British traders seeking to open relations with Japan. Perhaps one of the most unusual castaway tales is that of Hiko's Hamada. Shipwrecked in 1850 at the age of 13, he was rescued by an American ship and taken to San Francisco. There, he was adopted by the owner of a prominent shipping company and received an American education. Hikozo, later known as Joseph Hiko, became the first Japanese person to be naturalized as an American citizen. He even met President Franklin Pierce before eventually returning to Japan, where he played a crucial role in modernizing the country during the Meiji Restoration. These castaway tales not only highlight the dangers faced by Japanese sailors, but also demonstrate how accidental cultural exchanges helped shape Japan's eventual opening to the world. Each story of survival at sea became a bridge between isolated Japan and the wider global community, paving the way for the nation's rapid modernization in the late 19th century. In the annals of Japanese history, there are fascinating tales of castaways who encountered foreign lands and cultures. These stories not only provide a glimpse into the lives of ordinary Japanese people, but also offer unique perspectives on cross-cultural interactions during Japan's period of isolation. One such remarkable story is that of Adakichi, a young Japanese sailor who became stranded on the American continent in 1832. Adakichi, along with 2 other crew members, survived a harrowing 14-month drift across the Pacific Ocean after their ship was caught in a storm off the coast of Japan. Their small cargo ship, the Hajinmaru, was blown off course and drifted helplessly across the vast expanse of the Pacific. With limited supplies and no way to navigate, the crew faced unimaginable hardships. Many of their shipmates succumbed to starvation and disease during the long journey. Finally, after more than a year at sea, the battered vessel washed ashore near Cape Flattery in present-day Washington state. Of the original crew of 14, only Adakichi and 2 others had survived the ordeal. The local Maka tribe discovered the castaways and initially held them captive. News of the Japanese sailors quickly spread, and they were eventually taken to Fort Vancouver, where they came under the care of the Hudson's Bay Company. This marked the beginning of Otakich's extraordinary journey that would take him across multiple continents and cultures. Unable to return to Japan due to the country's strict isolationist policies, Otakichi and his companions were sent to London. There, they attracted considerable attention as curiosities from the mysterious and closed-off land of Japan. Scholars and diplomats sought to learn from them, hoping to gain insights into Japanese language and culture. Otakich's linguistic abilities and adaptability soon became apparent. He quickly picked up English and later learned other languages as well. His skills made him invaluable as an interpreter and cultural mediator in subsequent years. After spending time in Macau and Singapore, Otakichi eventually settled in Shanghai, where he played a crucial role in early diplomatic relations between Japan and Western powers. His knowledge of both Japanese and English made him an indispensable translator during negotiations. Otakich's life story is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the power of cross-cultural understanding. Despite the hardships he endured, he managed to build a new life for himself and contribute significantly to the gradual opening of Japan to the outside world. These castaway tailies, like Otakich's, offer us a unique window into a time when Japan was largely cut off from the rest of the world. They remind us of the accidental ambassadors who, through twist of fate, became bridges between cultures and helped shape the course of history. As we venture further into the realm of Japanese castaway tailies, we encounter stories of remarkable journeys and unexpected returns. These accounts not only shed light on the resilience of those cast adrift, but also offer fascinating glimpses into the cultural exchanges that occurred as a result of these unintended voyages. One such tale is that of Otakichi, a young Japanese sailor who, along with two companions, was shipwrecked in 1832. Their small cargo ship, the Maru, was caught in a violent storm and drifted helplessly across the Pacific Ocean for an astonishing 14 months. Miraculously, Otakichi and his fellow castaways survived this harrowing ordeal, washing ashore on the Olympic Peninsula in present-day Washington State. The local Maka tribe discovered and cared for the weakened sailors, an act of kindness that likely saved their lives. However, Otakichi's journey was far from over. Unable to return directly to Japan due to the country's strict isolationist policies, he embarked on a circuitous route that took him to London, Macau, and eventually back to his homeland. This unexpected odyssey spanned nearly a decade and transformed Otakichi into a valuable cultural intermediary. Another intriguing castaway story is that of Manjiro Nakahama, also known as John Mung. In 1841, at the tender age of 14, Manjiro and 4 companions were shipwrecked on a remote Pacific island. After months of struggle, they were rescued by an American whaling ship. Manjiro's life took an extraordinary turn as he was adopted by the ship's captain and brought to Massachusetts. There, he received a Western education and became the first Japanese person to live in the United States. His knowledge of English and Western customs would later prove invaluable to Japan. In 1851, Manjiro made a daring return to Japan, despite the potential consequences of leaving the country illegally. His timing was fortuitous, as Japan was on the cusp of opening to the West. Manjiro's unique experiences and linguistic skills made him an indispensable advisor during this pivotal period of Japanese history. These castaway tailies, while born from misfortune, often resulted in unexpected cultural bridges. The knowledge and experiences gained by these accidental travelers played crucial roles in Japan's gradual opening to the world, helping to shape the nation's future interactions with foreign powers. As we drift off to sleep, let us ponder the twists of fate that can turn a disaster into an opportunity for growth and understanding. These stories remind us that even in our darkest moments, we may be unknowingly embarking on journeys that will reshape our lives and the world around us. The tailies of Japanese castaways have left an indelible mark on history, shaping not only Japan's understanding of the world, but also influencing international relations and cultural exchange. Let's explore the far-reaching impact of these incredible survival stories. One of the most significant outcomes of these castaway tailies was their contribution to Japan's gradual opening to the outside world. During the Edo period, Japan maintained a strict policy of isolation, known as sakoku. However, the accounts of castaways who returned from distant lands provided rare glimpses into foreign cultures and technologies. Take, for example, the story of Nakahama Manjiro, also known as John Mung. Shipwrecked in 1841, Manjiro was rescued by an American whaling ship and spent several years in the United States. Upon his return to Japan in 1851, he brought valuable knowledge of Western shipbuilding, navigation techniques, and the English language. Manjiro's experiences and expertise proved instrumental during the pivotal moment when Commodore Matthew Perry arrived in Japan in 1853, seeking to end the country's isolation. Manjiro served as an interpreter and advisor during these negotiations, helping to bridge the cultural and linguistic gap between Japan and the United States. Another fascinating impact of castaway tailies was their influence on literature and popular culture. The dramatic accounts of survival against all odds captured the imagination of both Japanese and international audiences. One such example is the story of Aguri Jukichi, who was shipwrecked in 1815 and spent nearly a decade in the Philippines before returning to Japan. Jukich's experiences were chronicled in the book Funyasaniki, or Castaway Diary, which became a bestseller in Japan. This work not only entertained readers, but also provided valuable information about the outside world, fueling curiosity about foreign lands and cultures among the Japanese populace. The impact of these castaway tales extended beyond Japan's borders as well. When Japanese sailors were rescued by foreign ships, their stories often made headlines in international newspapers. These accounts helped to humanize the mysterious and isolated Japanese people in the eyes of Westerners, paving the way for improved diplomatic relations. Moreover, the experiences of Japanese castaways contributed to advancements in cartography and navigation. Their accounts of distant lands and treacherous sea routes provided valuable information for map makers and sailors alike, improving maritime safety and expanding geographical knowledge. In conclusion, the tales of Japanese castaways were more than just thrilling survival stories. They played a crucial role in shaping Japan's relationship with the outside world, influencing literature, diplomacy, and even technological advancements. These incredible journeys of survival and discovery continue to captivate our imagination and remind us of the profound impact that individual experiences can have on the course of history. As we conclude our journey through these captivating Japanese castaway tales, it's clear that these stories are more than just historical anecdotes. They offer us a unique window into the resilience of the human spirit and the cultural exchanges that shaped Japan's relationship with the outside world. The experiences of Adakichi, Kyukichi, and Iwakichi aboard the Hajanmaru, their unexpected journey to America, and their eventual return to Japan highlight the unpredictable nature of life at sea during the Edo period. Their story not only demonstrates the dangers faced by Japanese sailors, but also illustrates how chance encounters could lead to significant cultural and linguistic exchanges. Similarly, the tale of Nakahama Manjiro, from his rescue by American whalers to his pivotal role in opening Japan to the West, exemplifies how individual experiences could have far-reaching consequences. Manjiro's knowledge of English and Western customs made him an invaluable asset during a critical period in Japan's history, demonstrating how personal journeys can intersect with broader historical narratives. These castaway stories also shed light on the complex nature of Japan's isolationist policies during the Edo period. While the country was officially closed to most foreign contact, these tales reveal that there were still opportunities for cultural exchange and learning, even if they came about through unintended circumstances. Moreover, the experiences of these castaways upon their return to Japan highlight the tension between maintaining traditional Japanese values and adapting to new knowledge from the outside world. Their stories became a source of fascination for many Japanese, sparking curiosity about lands beyond their shores. In reflecting on these tales, we're reminded of the power of human adaptability and the enduring impact of cross-cultural encounters. These Japanese castaways, thrust into unfamiliar worlds, not only survived, but often thrived, bringing back knowledge that would help shape Japan's future interactions with the global community. As we leave behind the tales of samurai servants, we venture into another intriguing aspect of feudal Japan. The next story unveils the complex world of geishas, often misunderstood in Western culture. These skilled entertainers played a unique role in samurai society, offering more than just companionship. Let's explore the artistry and influence of geishas in the world of the samurai. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai, let's take a moment to explore the rich tapestry of Japanese folklore that often intertwined with the lives of these legendary warriors. The tales of ancient Japan are filled with mythical creatures, supernatural beings, and heroic deeds that have captivated imaginations for centuries. These stories not only entertained, but also served to reinforce cultural values, explain natural phenomena, and provide moral lessons. From the mischievous kitsune fox spirits to the terrifying oni demons, Japanese folklore painted a vivid picture of a world where the mundane and the magical coexisted. Samurai, as prominent figures in Japanese society, often found themselves at the center of these fantastical narratives. Their legendary skills and unwavering code of honor made them perfect protagonists for tales of bravery, loyalty, and supernatural encounters. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai, we cannot ignore the rich tapestry of Japanese folklore that surrounded them. One of the most fascinating aspects of this folklore is the concept of yokai, supernatural creatures and phenomena that both terrified and intrigued the people of feudal Japan, including the samurai themselves. Yokai come in many forms, from shape-shifting animals to inanimate objects that suddenly spring to life. One of the most famous yokai is the kappa, a water-dwelling creature with a bowl-shaped depression on its head. Samurai warriors often told tales of encountering these mischievous beings near rivers and streams. Another well-known yokai is the tengu, a long-nosed, winged creature often associated with the mountains. In some stories, tengu were known to kidnap children or challenge samurai to duels, testing their skills and honor. Some legends even claim that certain samurai received their martial arts training from these mysterious beings. The oni, fearsome ogre-like creatures with horns and colorful skin, were also a common feature in samurai folklore. These powerful yokai were often depicted as antagonists in tales of brave warriors, representing the ultimate test of a samurai's courage and skill. One particularly eerie yokai that samurai might encounter on dark nights was the yurei, or ghost. These spirits of the dead, often seeking revenge or resolution for past wrongs, could be the restless souls of fallen warriors or victims of war. Samurai had to be prepared not only for physical battles, but also for confrontations with these supernatural entities. The concept of tsukumogami, ordinary objects that come to life after 100 years, added an extra layer of intrigue to samurai life. A warrior's sword, if well maintained for a century, might develop a consciousness of its own, becoming either a powerful ally or a dangerous adversary. Interestingly, some samurai clans incorporated yokai into their family crests, or used them as symbols of power and protection. The belief in these supernatural beings often influenced battle strategies and daily rituals, blending the worlds of warfare and mysticism. As we can see, the life of a samurai was not just about battles and honor codes. It was also deeply intertwined with a rich supernatural world, where the line between reality and folklore often blurred. These beliefs and stories added depth to the samurai culture, influencing their perceptions of the world and their place in it. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai, let's explore some of the eerie ghost stories that have been passed down through generations in Japanese folklore. These tales often feature the spirits of fallen warriors, seeking vengeance or redemption from beyond the grave. One of the most famous ghost stories is that of the Akiku's well. Legend has it that a beautiful servant named Akiku worked for a samurai named Tessen Aoyama. Aoyama became infatuated with Akiku and tried to seduce her, but she refused his advances. In a fit of rage, Aoyama falsely accused Akiku of losing one of 10 precious plates. He threatened to execute her unless she became his mistress. Akiku, valuing her honor above all else, chose death over submission. Aoyama threw her into a well where she drowned. But Akiku's spirit was not at rest. Every night, her ghost would emerge from the well, counting the plates from 1 to 9, then letting out a blood-curdling scream when she reached the non-existent 10th plate. This haunting continued until a Buddhist monk finally laid her spirit to rest. Another chilling tale is that of the headless samurai. During a fierce battle, a brave samurai was decapitated by an enemy sword. However, such was his determination and loyalty to his lord that his headless body continued fighting, striking down foes left and right. It's said that on misty nights near old battlefields, one can still hear the clanking of armor and see the silhouette of a headless warrior, eternally searching for his lost head and a chance to complete his final mission. The story of the peony lantern tells of a samurai who falls in love with a beautiful woman he meets during the Aben festival. Unbeknownst to him, she is actually a ghost. Every night, she visits him, carrying a peony lantern. Their love affair continues until a neighbor warns the samurai of her true nature. Horrified, the samurai seeks the protection of a Buddhist priest. But the ghost's love is so strong that she eventually lures the samurai to her grave, where he joins her in death. This tale serves as a warning about the dangerous allure of the supernatural world. These ghost stories not only entertained, but also served as moral lessons, emphasizing the importance of honor, loyalty, and the consequences of one's actions. They reflect the complex relationship between the living and the dead in Japanese culture, where the barrier between worlds was often seen as permeable. As we conclude this segment on Japanese ghost stories, remember that these tales were more than just entertainment. They were a way for people to process the harsh realities of life and death in feudal Japan, where the samurai code of honor could lead to both heroic deeds and tragic consequences. As we delve deeper into the rich tapestry of Japanese culture, let's explore some of the fascinating creation myths that have shaped the nation's spiritual and cultural identity for millennia. These ancient stories not only explain the origins of the world, but also provide insight into the values and beliefs of early Japanese society. One of the most prominent creation myths in Japanese folklore is the tale of Izanagi and Izanami. According to the Kojiki, Japan's oldest historical record, these two divine beings were tasked with creating the world. Standing on the floating bridge of heaven, Izanagi and Izanami stirred the primordial ocean with a jeweled spear. As they lifted the spear, drops fell from its tip, forming the first land, the island of Onogoro. Intrigued by their creation, the divine couple descended to explore it. On Onogoro, Izanagi and Izanami married and began to populate the world with islands, deities, and natural phenomena. They circled a celestial pillar, and upon meeting, Izanami spoke first. This resulted in the birth of malformed children, which they cast away. Realizing their mistake, they repeated the ritual, this time with Izanagi speaking first. This second attempt proved successful, and they proceeded to give birth to the islands of Japan and numerous kami, or Shinto deities. These kami represented various aspects of nature, from mountains and rivers to trees and rocks, embodying the animistic beliefs that form the foundation of Shinto religion. Another significant creation myth revolves around Amaterasu, the sun goddess. Born from Izanaga's left eye during a purification ritual, Amaterasu became one of the most important deities in the Shinto pantheon. She is considered the ancestress of the Japanese imperial family, linking the earthly rulers to the divine realm. The myth of Amaterasu's retreat into a cave is particularly famous. Upset by her brother Susanu's destructive behavior, Amaterasu hid in a cave, plunging the world into darkness. The other gods devised a plan to lure her out, involving a mirror and a celebratory dance. Curious about the commotion, Amaterasu peeked out and saw her reflection, allowing the gods to pull her from the cave and restore light to the world. These creation myths not only explain natural phenomena, but also establish the divine lineage of the Japanese imperial family and the importance of harmony between humans and nature. They continue to influence Japanese culture, art, and spirituality to this day, serving as a testament to the enduring power of these ancient stories. Japanese folklore is rich with tales of legendary heroes whose exploits have inspired generations and shaped the cultural identity of Japan. Let's explore some of these iconic figures who have left an indelible mark on the nation's history and mythology. First, we have Momotaro, the Peach Boy. Born from a giant peach found floating down a river by an elderly couple, Momotaro grew to become a brave young man. When he learned of demons terrorizing the land, he set out on a journey to defeat them. Along the way, Momotaro befriended a talking dog, monkey, and pheasant, who joined his quest. Together, they sailed to the demon's island stronghold and engaged in a fierce battle. Momotaro's bravery and leadership led them to victory, and he returned home a hero, bringing peace to the land. Another legendary figure is Kintaro, the Golden Boy. Raised in the forests of Mount Ashigara by his mother, Kintaro possessed superhuman strength from an early age. He befriended the animals of the forest and wrestled with bears for fun. Kintaro's fame spread, and he eventually caught the attention of the samurai Minamoto no Yorimitsu. Impressed by the boy's strength and character, Yorimitsu took Kintaro as his retainer. Kintaro, now known as Sakata no Kintoki, became one of Yorimitsu's legendary 4 heavenly kings, renowned for their martial prowess. The tale of Urashima Taro is a bittersweet legend that has captivated audiences for centuries. Urashima, a humble fisherman, saved a small turtle from being tormented by children. In gratitude, the turtle, revealed to be a princess, invited him to the underwater dragon palace. Urashima spent what he thought were a few days in the magical realm. But upon returning to his village, he discovered that 300 years had passed. The story of Urashima Taro serves as a poignant reminder of the fleeting nature of time and the consequences of our choices. Lastly, we have the legendary Empress Jingu, who ruled Japan as regent following her husband's death. According to folklore, Empress Jingu led a successful invasion of Korea while pregnant, guided by divine intervention. Though historical accuracy of this tale is debated, Empress Jingu's legend has made her a symbol of female leadership and military prowess in Japanese culture. her story continues to inspire and intrigue, blending historical facts with mythical elements. These legendary heroes, whether purely mythical or based on historical figures, continue to captivate the imagination of people in Japan and around the world. Their stories, passed down through generations, reflect the values, aspirations, and cultural heritage of the Japanese people. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai and ancient Japan, let's explore some of the everyday superstitions that shaped the lives of both warriors and commoners alike. These beliefs, often rooted in Shinto and Buddhist traditions, influenced daily decisions and behaviors. One common superstition involved the number 4. In Japanese, 4 is pronounced shi, which also means death. This led to a widespread fear of the number, known as tetraphobia. Many buildings in Japan still skip the 4th floor, much like how some Western buildings omit the 13th floor. Another intriguing superstition revolved around cutting fingernails at night. It was believed that doing so would prevent one from being at their parents' deathbed. This stems from the word for cut, kuru being a homophone for to be absent. To this day, some Japanese people avoid this practice. Whistling at night was another taboo activity. It was thought to summon snakes or thieves, bringing misfortune to the household. This belief likely originated from the idea that unusual noises at night could attract unwanted attention in a time when security was a constant concern. The placement of pillows was also subject to superstition. Sleeping with your head facing north was considered unlucky because corpses were traditionally laid out in this position. This belief was so strong that even in modern times, some Japanese hotels arrange their beds to avoid this orientation. Samurai had their own set of superstitions as well. Many believed in the power of amamori, protective amulets often obtained from Shinto shrines. These small pouches were thought to ward off evil and bring good fortune in battle. Some samurai would attach them to their armor or weapons for added protection. Another common belief among warriors was the importance of choosing an auspicious day for important events, such as battles or ceremonies. This practice, known as rikuyo or rokuyo, assigned lucky or unlucky designations to each day based on a complex system of divination. Even seemingly mundane objects could be sources of superstition. For instance, breaking a comb was considered extremely unlucky, as combs were associated with life and vitality. A broken comb was seen as a portent of death or separation. These superstitions, while they may seem quaint or irrational to modern observers, played a significant role in shaping the mindset and daily lives of people in feudal Japan. They provided a sense of control in an often uncertain world and reinforced cultural values and traditions. As we conclude our journey through Japanese folklore, we've explored tales that have shaped the cultural landscape of Japan for centuries. These stories, passed down through generations, offer us a unique glimpse into the beliefs, fears, and values of ancient Japanese society. From the terrifying yokai that lurk in the shadows to the noble samurai who upheld a strict code of honor, these legends have left an indelible mark on Japanese art, literature, and even modern pop culture. The richness of these tales continues to captivate audiences worldwide, inspiring countless adaptations in anime, manga, and film. We've encountered vengeful spirits like the Onryo, shape-shifting tricksters like the Kitsune, and guardian creatures like the Kaminu. Each of these beings represents a facet of Japanese spirituality and the complex relationship between the natural and supernatural worlds. The moral lessons embedded in these stories remain relevant today. They teach us about the consequences of our actions, the importance of respect for nature and others, and the eternal struggle between good and evil. Whether it's the cautionary tale of the Gashido Kuro or the heartwarming legend of Momotaro, these narratives continue to resonate with modern audiences. As we drift off to sleep, let these ancient tales remind us of the power of storytelling. They connect us to a rich cultural heritage and spark our imagination, allowing us to explore realms beyond our everyday experience. The world of Japanese folklore is vast and endlessly fascinating, offering a treasure trove of stories that continue to enchant and inspire. So, as you close your eyes, let the echoes of these legends linger in your mind. Who knows? Perhaps you'll dream of battling alongside fierce samurai, outsmarting mischievous tanuki, or embarking on your own mythical quest. May these timeless tales guide you to peaceful slumber and ignite your curiosity to explore more of Japan's rich cultural tapestry. As we conclude our exploration of the samurai's servant's challenging life, we turn our attention to another intriguing aspect of feudal Japan. The next story reveals a different side of samurai culture, one that might surprise you with its unexpected twists and hidden complexities. Prepare yourself for a tale that will challenge your perceptions of these legendary warriors. As we sail through the annals of Japanese history, we encounter a group that might surprise you: the fearsome Japanese pirates, known as the Waku. These maritime marauders were not just a footnote in history, but a significant force that shaped the coastal regions of East Asia for centuries. Picture this: it's the 13th century, and the seas around Japan are teeming with ships. But not all of them are peaceful traders. Some are manned by daring pirates, ready to plunder and pillage. The Waku, which literally translates to Japanese pirates, were a diverse group of seafaring bandits who terrorized the coastlines of China, Korea, and even Japan itself. But who were these pirates really? And how did they impact the complex political landscape of medieval East Asia. Let's dive into their intriguing story. As we sail through the annals of Japanese history, we encounter a fascinating group that often gets overlooked in the grand narratives of samurai and shoguns. I'm talking about the Waku, or Japanese pirates, who terrorized the seas of East Asia for centuries. But how did these maritime marauders come to be? Let's dive into the origins of these seafaring bandits. The term Waku literally translates to Japanese pirates. But interestingly, they weren't always exclusively Japanese. The origins of these pirates can be traced back to the 13th century, during a time of great political and economic upheaval in Japan. As the power of the central government waned, local warlords and coastal communities began to take matters into their own hands. Initially, many of these early pirates were simply fishermen and traders who turned to raiding to supplement their income. The decline of official trade relations between Japan and China created a vacuum that these opportunistic seafarers were all too happy to fill. They began by smuggling goods between Japan and the Asian mainland, particularly China and Korea. However, as their activities became more lucrative, they gradually evolved into full-fledged pirates. The Waku would raid coastal settlements, plundering valuable resources and taking captives. Their targets weren't limited to foreign shores. They also preyed on Japanese coastal villages, especially those under the protection of rival clans. The composition of these pirate bands was quite diverse. While many were indeed Japanese, they also included Chinese, Korean, and even Portuguese adventurers. This multinational makeup allowed them to navigate complex political waters and exploit the tensions between different East Asian powers. The Waku reached the height of their power and influence during the 16th century. This period, known as the Sengoku, or Warring States era in Japan, was marked by widespread civil war and political fragmentation. The chaos on land spilled over into the seas, creating perfect conditions for piracy to flourish. Interestingly, some powerful Japanese feudal lords, or daimyo, actively supported or even controlled pirate fleets. These official pirates served as a sort of unofficial navy, harassing enemy shipping and conducting raids on rival territories. This blurred the lines between piracy and warfare, making it difficult for authorities to effectively combat the Waku threat. The rise of the Waku had far-reaching consequences for East Asian politics and trade. Their activities disrupted official trade routes, forced coastal populations to relocate inland, and even influenced the foreign policies of China, Korea, and Japan. The threat they posed was one of the factors that led to Japan's eventual policy of isolation under the Tokugawa Shogunate. As we sail through the waters of Japanese history, let's turn our attention to a lesser-known, but equally fascinating aspect of feudal Japan: the Waku, or Japanese pirates. These seafaring marauders were a force to be reckoned with, striking fear into the hearts of coastal communities and merchant ships alike. The Waku, which translates to Japanese pirates or dwarf pirates, were active primarily during the 13th to 16th centuries. Despite their name, these pirate groups weren't exclusively Japanese. They often included Chinese, Korean, and even Portuguese sailors among their ranks, forming a diverse and formidable coalition on the high seas. When it came to their ships, the Waku primarily used small, swift vessels called Adegbun. These flat-bottomed boats were perfect for navigating shallow coastal waters and rivers, allowing the pirates to make quick raids and hasty retreats. The Adegbun were typically equipped with both oars and sails, giving them versatility in various weather conditions. As piracy evolved, so did their vessels. By the late 16th century, some Waku groups had adopted larger ships inspired by Chinese junks. These vessels, known as sekibun, were more suitable for open sea voyages and could carry more loot and crew members. The sekibun often featured multiple decks and were armed with primitive cannons, making them formidable floating fortresses. The tactics employed by the Waku were as diverse as their crews. They were masters of hit-and-run attacks, often striking coastal villages and towns with lightning speed. Their raids were well-coordinated affairs, with scouts sent ahead to gather intelligence on potential targets. The pirates would then swoop in, overwhelming local defenses before disappearing back into the sea with their ill-gotten gains. One of their most effective strategies was to exploit the political tensions between different regions. The Waku would often play different feudal lords against each other, offering their services as mercenaries or selling stolen goods to the highest bidder. This cunning approach allowed them to establish a complex network of alliances and safe havens across the region. The Waku weren't just opportunistic raiders. They also engaged in more organized criminal activities. They established black markets for stolen goods, participated in human trafficking, and even acted as intermediaries in a legal trade between China and Japan during periods when official relations were strained. Their influence extended beyond mere piracy. The Waku played a significant role in cultural exchange, inadvertently becoming conduits for the spread of ideas, technologies, and goods across East Asia. Their multicultural crews facilitated the mixing of languages and customs, creating a unique subculture that left its mark on the region's history. While samurai are often the focus of Japanese history, another group of warriors made their mark on the seas surrounding Japan, the Waku, or Japanese pirates. These maritime marauders played a significant role in shaping the coastal regions of East Asia from the 13th to the 16th centuries. The term Waku literally translates to Japanese pirates. But interestingly, these groups weren't exclusively Japanese. They were a diverse mix of Japanese, Chinese, and Korean outlaws who banded together for mutual benefit and profit. Their activities ranged from simple piracy to complex trading operations, often blurring the line between legal and illegal commerce. During the 13th and 14th centuries, the Waku primarily engaged in hit-and-run tactics along the coasts of China and Korea. They would swoop in on fast ships, raid coastal villages and towns, and quickly retreat with their loot. These raids were so frequent and devastating that they led to the depopulation of some coastal areas in China and Korea. However, as time progressed, the nature of Waku activities evolved. By the 16th century, many Waku groups had transformed into sophisticated smuggling operations. They exploited the strict trade restrictions imposed by Ming Dynasty China, which limited foreign trade to official tribute missions. The Waku filled this gap by facilitating illicit trade between China, Japan, and Southeast Asia. These pirate traders dealt in a wide variety of goods, including silk, porcelain, metals, and weaponry. They often acted as middlemen, connecting Japanese silver mines with Chinese merchants hungry for the precious metal. This unofficial trade network became so extensive that it rivaled, and in some cases exceeded, the volume of official trade sanctioned by the Chinese government. The Waku weren't just outlaws, they were also skilled navigators and shipbuilders. Their vessels were often faster and more maneuverable than the official naval ships of China and Korea. This advantage allowed them to outrun pursuers and conduct swift, effective raids. The impact of the Waku was so significant that it influenced the policies of East Asian nations. China, for instance, implemented the Sea Ban policy, which prohibited private maritime trade in an attempt to curb piracy. This policy, however, had the unintended effect of driving more people into the arms of the Waku, as legitimate traders sought alternative means to continue their business. The era of the Waku began to decline in the late 16th century, thanks to a combination of factors. Increased naval patrols, the relaxation of some trade restrictions, and the unification of Japan under Toyotomi Hideyoshi all contributed to the gradual reduction of Waku activities. However, their legacy lived on, having left an indelible mark on the maritime history of East Asia. As the threat of Japanese pirates, known as Waku, grew along the coastal regions, the government was forced to take decisive action. These maritime marauders had been terrorizing ships and coastal settlements for decades, and their activities were becoming increasingly disruptive to trade and stability. In 1588, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the powerful daimyo who had unified Japan, issued a strict edict aimed at curbing piracy. This decree, known as the Sword Hunt, had far-reaching consequences not just for pirates, but for the entire social structure of Japan. The edict ordered the confiscation of all weapons descendants from non-samurai classes, including farmers, merchants, and artisans. This move was ostensibly to prevent peasant uprisings and to solidify the samurai's monopoly on military power. However, it also had the effect of disarming many potential pirates and their supporters. Hideyoshi's government didn't stop there. They implemented a system of coastal patrols and fortifications to deter pirate attacks. Watchtowers were constructed along the coastline, and a network of signal fires was established to quickly communicate the presence of pirate ships. The authorities also employed a carrot and stick approach. While they cracked down harshly on captured pirates, they also offered incentives for pirates to give up their illicit activities. Some former pirates were even recruited into the official navy, using their maritime skills to defend against foreign threats. One particularly effective strategy was the implementation of the closed port system. This policy restricted maritime trade to a few carefully controlled ports, making it much harder for pirates to sell their stolen goods or resupply their ships. The government's efforts extended beyond Japan's borders as well. Diplomatic negotiations were initiated with China and Korea, the primary targets of Japanese pirates. These talks aimed to coordinate anti-piracy efforts and improve relations that had been strained by years of raiding. However, the government's response wasn't without its controversies. The harsh measures taken against suspected pirates often affected innocent fishing communities. Many coastal villages found their livelihoods threatened by restrictions on boat ownership and maritime activities. Despite these challenges, the government's multi-pronged approach gradually began to show results. By the early 17th century, large-scale piracy had significantly declined along Japan's coasts. The remaining pirate groups were either forced to operate on a much smaller scale or to seek new hunting grounds further from Japan's shores. This success in combating piracy was one of the factors that contributed to the relative stability of the Edo period, which began in 1603. The suppression of the Waku allowed for safer maritime trade and helped to consolidate the Tokugawa shogunate's control over the country. The legacy of Japanese pirates, or Wako, extends far beyond their active years, leaving an indelible mark on the history and culture of East Asia. While their reign of terror may have ended centuries ago, their impact continues to fascinate historians and capture the imagination of people worldwide. One of the most significant legacies of the Wako is their influence on international relations during their time. Their raids and maritime activities forced the Ming dynasty of China to implement the sea ban policy, which restricted maritime trade and coastal settlement. This policy had far-reaching consequences, shaping the economic and political landscape of East Asia for generations. The Wako also played a crucial role in the development of coastal defenses along the shores of China, Korea, and Japan. Many fortifications and watchtowers built to defend against pirate attacks still stand today, serving as silent witnesses to this tumultuous period in history. In Japan, the legacy of the Wako is more complex. While they were often viewed as criminals by the central authorities, some coastal communities saw them as local heroes or necessary evils in times of economic hardship. This ambivalent attitude towards piracy has been reflected in Japanese literature and folklore, where Wako are sometimes portrayed as romantic or tragic figures. The skills and knowledge of the Wako in naval warfare and navigation also contributed to Japan's maritime capabilities. Many former pirates were later employed by feudal lords or the central government, using their expertise to strengthen Japan's naval forces. In popular culture, the Wako have inspired numerous works of fiction, from historical novels to manga and anime. Their image as skilled seafarers and fierce warriors has been romanticized, often blending historical fact with legend. Interestingly, the term Wako itself has evolved over time. Originally used to describe Japanese pirates, it later came to encompass pirates of various ethnicities operating in the seas of East Asia. This linguistic shift reflects the complex and multicultural nature of piracy in the region. Today, archaeologists and historians continue to uncover new information about the Wako through the study of shipwrecks, coastal ruins, and historical documents. These discoveries provide valuable insights into the maritime history of East Asia and the intricate web of trade, conflict, and cultural exchange that characterized the era of the Wako. As we reflect on the legacy of the Japanese pirates, we're reminded of the complex interplay between lawlessness and order, local interests, and central authority that has shaped the course of history. The story of the Wako serves as a fascinating chapter in the broader narrative of maritime history and international relations in East Asia. As we conclude our exploration of Japanese pirates, or Wako, it's important to note that their impact on Japanese history was far-reaching and complex. While they were often viewed as a menace by the authorities, their activities also played a significant role in shaping Japan's maritime policies and international relations. The decline of the Wako began in the late 16th century, largely due to the efforts of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, one of Japan's great unifiers. His campaigns against piracy, combined with his strict maritime policies, effectively curtailed Wako activities along the Japanese coast. However, this didn't completely eradicate piracy in the region. Interestingly, as Japan entered the Edo period and adopted its isolationist sakoku policy, some former Wako found new roles as legitimate traders, or even as coastal defense forces. Their knowledge of the seas and naval warfare made them valuable assets in protecting Japan's shores from foreign incursions. The legacy of the Wako extends beyond Japan's borders. Their activities significantly influenced China's Ming Dynasty policies, leading to the implementation of the sea ban or heijin, which restricted maritime trade and coastal settlement. This policy had far-reaching consequences for China's economic and naval development. In Korea, memories of Wako raids persisted for centuries, shaping their coastal defenses and maritime policies. The threat of piracy was one of the factors that contributed to Korea's own isolationist policies during the Joseon dynasty. Today, the Wako are remembered as a complex part of East Asian history. While their actions were often violent and disruptive, they also facilitated cultural exchange and trade in ways that formal diplomatic channels couldn't. Their story serves as a reminder of the intricate relationships between legality, commerce, and power in medieval East Asia. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on how these maritime marauders, once the scourge of East Asian seas, have become an intriguing chapter in the region's rich tapestry of history. Their tale reminds us that even those operating outside the law can leave an indelible mark on the course of history. As we conclude our exploration of the samurai's complex relationship with their servants, we shift our focus to another intriguing aspect of their lives. The next story delves into the world of samurai education, revealing how these warriors were shaped from childhood. Prepare to discover the rigorous training and expectations placed upon young samurai-to-be. As we delve deeper into the world of feudal Japan, let's turn our attention to a fascinating aspect of samurai culture that often goes overlooked: Japanese medicine. While the samurai were renowned for their martial prowess and code of honor, they also played a significant role in shaping the medical practices of their time. In this segment, we'll explore the unique blend of traditional Eastern healing methods and innovative techniques that emerged during the samurai era. From battlefield medicine to the development of herbal remedies, the impact of samurai culture on Japanese healthcare was profound and long-lasting. So let's uncover the secrets of ancient Japanese medicine and discover how the samurai's pursuit of physical and mental perfection influenced medical practices that continue to intrigue us to this day. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai, let's explore an aspect of Japanese culture that affected everyone, from the lowest servant to the mightiest warrior. Traditional medicine. In feudal Japan, medical practices were a blend of ancient wisdom, superstition, and innovative techniques that would lay the groundwork for modern Japanese healthcare. One of the most prominent medical traditions in Japan was Kanpo medicine, which originated from traditional Chinese medicine. Kanpo practitioners used a holistic approach, focusing on restoring balance to the body through herbal remedies, acupuncture, and moxibustion, a technique involving burning dried mugwort on specific points of the body. Samurai, like all members of society, relied on these traditional methods when injured or ill. However, their warrior lifestyle often required more immediate and practical medical interventions. As a result, battlefield medicine became a crucial skill for many samurai. One fascinating aspect of samurai medical practice was the development of techniques to treat arrow and sword wounds. Practitioners became adept at extracting arrows and suturing deep cuts using silk thread and needles made from animal bone. They also developed herbal poultices to prevent infection and promote healing. Interestingly, the samurai's emphasis on personal hygiene and cleanliness extended to their medical practices. Many samurai carried small medical kits containing basic supplies like bandages, herbs, and acupuncture needles. This attention to cleanliness and preparedness likely contributed to better health outcomes compared to their European counterparts of the same era. However, it's important to note that despite these advancements, medical knowledge was still limited. Many ailments were attributed to evil spirits or imbalances in the body's energy. Treatments could sometimes be more harmful than helpful, such as the practice of bloodletting, which was believed to restore balance, but often weakened patients further. For the average servant or peasant, access to medical care was limited. They often relied on folk remedies passed down through generations, or sought help from local healers who combined spiritual practices with herbal medicine. In contrast, samurai and their families typically had access to more skilled practitioners and a wider range of treatments. As Japan began to open up to the West in the late 19th century, traditional medicine faced new challenges and opportunities. Western medical practices were introduced, leading to a fascinating period of integration and conflict between the two systems. Today, Japan's healthcare system is a unique blend of modern Western medicine and traditional practices, with many people still turning to Kanpo remedies alongside contemporary treatments. As we continue our journey through the world of samurai, let's explore an often overlooked aspect of their lives: the traditional Japanese medicine they relied on. Herbal remedies played a crucial role in maintaining the health of these warriors and their households. In feudal Japan, the practice of traditional medicine, known as Kanpo, was deeply rooted in Chinese medical traditions. Samurai and their families often turned to these herbal remedies for various ailments and to maintain their overall well-being. One of the most commonly used herbs was ginger, or shoga in Japanese. Samurai valued ginger for its ability to improve circulation and reduce inflammation. It was often consumed as a tea or added to meals, especially during colder months to ward off illnesses. Another popular remedy was kuzu, or kudzu root. This versatile plant was used to treat fevers, headaches, and even hangovers, a useful remedy for samurai who might have indulged in too much sake after a battle. The bark of the magnolia tree, called kaboku, was highly prized for its medicinal properties. Samurai used it to alleviate digestive issues and reduce anxiety, a common concern for warriors facing the constant threat of conflict. Green tea, or matcha, was more than just a beverage for samurai. It was considered a powerful antioxidant and was believed to enhance mental clarity and focus, essential qualities for a warrior in both battle and meditation. For wound healing, the Japanese honeysuckle, or nindu, was frequently employed. Its antibacterial properties made it valuable for treating cuts and preventing infections, a constant concern in an era before modern antiseptics. The root of the burdock plant, known as gobo, was another staple in the samurai's herbal arsenal. It was used to purify the blood and boost the immune system, helping warriors maintain their strength and vitality. Interestingly, the samurai also used herbs for psychological well-being. The fragrant wood of the Japanese cypress, or hinoki, was burned as incense to promote relaxation and mental clarity before important battles or strategic meetings. It's worth noting that while these herbal remedies were widely used, they were often combined with other traditional practices like acupuncture and moxibustion. The holistic approach to health was an integral part of samurai culture, reflecting their belief in the interconnectedness of mind, body, and spirit. As we drift off to sleep, imagine a samurai carefully preparing these herbal remedies, each plant and root holding the promise of health and strength in the face of the challenges that awaited them in their noble and demanding life. As we delve deeper into the world of feudal Japan, let's explore the fascinating and sometimes gruesome realm of Japanese medicine, particularly focusing on the surgical techniques employed during the samurai era. In medieval Japan, medical knowledge was a blend of traditional Chinese practices, Buddhist influences, and local innovations. Surgical procedures, while primitive by modern standards, were surprisingly advanced for their time. One of the most notable surgical techniques was gekishujutsu, or external medicine. This practice involved treating wounds, setting bones, and even performing basic amputations. Samurai physicians, known as gekka, were highly skilled in these procedures, as battlefield injuries were common. A particularly interesting technique was harakiri, not to be confused with the ritual suicide. In medical terms, it referred to abdominal surgery. Surgeons would use a variety of tools, including special knives called kusangabu, to perform these delicate operations. anesthesia, as we know it today, didn't exist. Instead, surgeons relied on a combination of herbal remedies and acupuncture to manage pain. One such remedy was mafatsusan, a powder made from ground minerals and herbs, applied to wounds to numb the area. Bloodletting was another common practice, believed to restore balance to the body's humors. This was often done using small, sharp blades or even leeches. While we now know this practice was often harmful, it was considered cutting-edge medicine at the time. Perhaps one of the most impressive surgical techniques was seikatsu, or bone setting. Samurai physicians developed intricate methods for realigning broken bones, and even performed crude forms of joint manipulation. Interestingly, Japanese surgeons also practiced a form of plastic surgery called kaisejeka. This was primarily used to repair facial injuries, which were common in sword combat. They used innovative skin grafting techniques, often taking skin from the inner thigh to reconstruct damaged areas. Despite these advancements, it's important to note that surgical procedures were extremely risky. Infection was a constant threat, and many patients didn't survive complex operations. Surgeons attempted to combat this with various herbal antiseptics, but their effectiveness was limited. As we conclude this segment on Japanese surgical techniques, we can appreciate the ingenuity and bravery of these early medical practitioners. Their work laid the foundation for many modern surgical practices, demonstrating the enduring legacy of Japan's rich medical history. As we delve deeper into the world of feudal Japan, we encounter a less glamorous aspect of samurai life: the constant threat of disease outbreaks. While the samurai were known for their martial prowess, they were just as vulnerable to illness as anyone else in their society. During the Edo period, Japan experienced numerous epidemics that ravaged both urban and rural populations. Smallpox, cholera, and influenza were particularly devastating, often spreading rapidly through densely populated areas. The samurai class, despite their elevated social status, were not immune to these outbreaks. One of the most feared diseases was smallpox, known in Japan as hoso. This highly contagious illness caused fever, body aches, and the characteristic skin lesions that could leave survivors permanently scarred. Samurai families dreaded smallpox, as it could not only claim lives, but also mar the appearance of their children, potentially affecting their future prospects in a society that placed great importance on physical appearance. To combat these diseases, Japanese medicine during the samurai era relied on a combination of traditional remedies and imported knowledge. The practice of Kanpo medicine, which originated from Chinese healing traditions, was widely used. This system emphasized the use of herbal remedies and the balance of bodily energies. One intriguing method used to prevent smallpox was variolation, a precursor to modern vaccination. This technique involved deliberately infecting a person with a mild form of smallpox to build immunity. While risky by today's standards, it was considered a revolutionary approach at the time and was sometimes used to protect samurai children. During outbreaks, samurai households would often isolate themselves, much like the rest of the population. They would seal their homes, burning incense and herbs believed to ward off evil spirits and disease. Some samurai families even had designated quarantine rooms where infected members could be kept separate from the rest of the household. Interestingly, the samurai's strict code of conduct, Bushido, sometimes conflicted with medical practices. For instance, the idea of cutting into the body, even for medical purposes, was considered dishonorable. This belief occasionally hindered the adoption of more advanced surgical techniques that were being developed in other parts of the world. Despite these challenges, some samurai played crucial roles in advancing medical knowledge in Japan. Scholars from samurai families, such as Agata Kone, established Western-style medical schools and helped introduce vaccination to Japan in the 19th century. These efforts eventually led to significant improvements in public health across the country. As we reflect on this aspect of samurai life, we're reminded that even the most formidable warriors were not invincible. The constant threat of disease outbreaks added another layer of vulnerability to their lives, shaping their customs, beliefs, and ultimately their legacy in Japanese history. As Japan's isolation began to crumble in the mid-19th century, Western influence seeped into various aspects of Japanese society, including medicine. The traditional Japanese medical practices, deeply rooted in Chinese theories and herbal remedies, were about to face a significant transformation. In 1857, a pivotal moment occurred when the Dutch naval doctor, J.L.C. Pomp van Meerdervoort, arrived in Nagasaki. He established Japan's first Western-style medical school and hospital, introducing Japanese physicians to modern medical practices and technologies. This marked the beginning of a rapid shift in Japanese healthcare. The government, recognizing the potential of Western medicine, began sending students abroad to study these new techniques. Upon their return, these newly trained doctors became instrumental in modernizing Japan's medical system. One of the most significant changes was the adoption of germ theory. Traditional Japanese medicine had long attributed illnesses to imbalances in the body's energy or evil spirits. The concept that microscopic organisms could cause diseases was revolutionary and led to improved sanitation practices and more effective treatments. Western surgical techniques also made a profound impact. Japanese doctors, accustomed to more conservative treatments, were amazed by the life-saving potential of invasive procedures. This led to the integration of surgery into mainstream medical practice, saving countless lives that might have been lost under the old system. However, the transition wasn't without challenges. Many traditionalists resisted the new methods, arguing that Western medicine ignored the holistic approach of Japanese practices. This tension between old and new created a unique blend of medical philosophies that persists in Japan to this day. The introduction of Western pharmaceuticals was another game changer. While traditional herbal remedies remained popular, the effectiveness of drugs like antibiotics and painkillers couldn't be ignored. This led to a gradual shift in how medications were prescribed and consumed in Japan. By the early 20th century, Japan had established a modern medical education system based on Western models. Medical schools sprouted across the country, producing a new generation of doctors trained in both Western and traditional Japanese methods. This fusion of medical traditions has become a hallmark of Japanese healthcare. Today, it's not uncommon to find hospitals offering both cutting-edge Western treatments alongside traditional therapies like acupuncture and herbal medicine, providing patients with a comprehensive approach to healing. As we conclude our exploration of Japanese medicine during the samurai era, it's clear that the medical practices of the time were a fascinating blend of tradition, innovation, and sometimes questionable remedies. While some treatments may seem primitive or even dangerous by modern standards, it's important to remember that these practices laid the groundwork for future advancements in Japanese medicine. The influence of Chinese medicine, combined with Japan's unique cultural and environmental factors, created a distinct approach to healing that persisted for centuries. Samurai, in particular, benefited from specialized medical knowledge, especially in treating battle wounds and maintaining their physical condition. This focus on warrior health contributed to the development of specific techniques and remedies that would later influence broader medical practices. It's worth noting that despite the limitations of medical knowledge at the time, many Japanese practitioners showed remarkable ingenuity and dedication to their craft. Their observations and experiments, though not always successful, were crucial steps in the evolution of medical science in Japan. The legacy of these early medical practices can still be seen in modern Japan, where traditional remedies often coexist with cutting-edge medical technology. Many Japanese people continue to use herbal medicines and acupuncture alongside Western treatments, reflecting a harmonious blend of old and new. As we drift off to sleep, let's appreciate the journey of Japanese medicine from the samurai era to the present day. It's a testament to human resilience and the constant quest for better health and healing. In our next segment, we'll explore another fascinating aspect of samurai culture. But for now, let the soothing rhythms of history lull you into a peaceful slumber, where you might dream of ancient remedies and the wisdom of ages past. As we conclude our exploration of the samurai's servant's challenging life, we turn our attention to another intriguing aspect of feudal Japan. The complex world of samurai wasn't just about masters and servants. It extended to various other roles and relationships within their society. In our next tale, we'll delve into the fascinating dynamics of. As we delve deeper into the world of feudal Japan, we must not overlook the skilled artisans who played a crucial role in shaping the samurai culture. These craftsmen were the unsung heroes behind the iconic weapons, armor, and artwork that defined the samurai era. From master swordsmiths forging legendary katanas to meticulous armorers crafting intricate protective gear, these artisans were the backbone of samurai equipment. Their expertise extended beyond weaponry, encompassing everything from elegant calligraphy to exquisite pottery. In this segment, we'll explore the lives and contributions of these talented individuals, shedding light on their techniques, challenges, and the profound impact they had on samurai society. Prepare to be amazed by the dedication and skill of Japan's finest craftsmen. The art of sword making in feudal Japan was not merely a craft, but a sacred ritual, one that produced some of the finest blades the world has ever known. Let's delve into the intricate process of creating these masterpieces of metallurgy. The journey of a Japanese sword began with the careful selection of raw materials. Swordsmiths, known as tosho, chose high-quality iron sand, which was then smelted in a special furnace called a tatara. This process could take days, resulting in a unique steel called tamahagen. Once the tamahagen was ready, the real artistry began. The smith would carefully sort through the steel, selecting pieces based on their carbon content. These pieces were then forge welded together and folded repeatedly, sometimes up to 16 times, creating a blade with thousands of layers. This folding process wasn't just for show. It helped to distribute carbon evenly throughout the blade, remove impurities, and create a distinctive grain pattern known as hata. The result was a sword that was both incredibly strong and remarkably flexible. One of the most crucial steps in the sword-making process was the differential hardening, or yaki-ire. The blade was coated with a mixture of clay, thicker on the spine and thinner on the edge. When heated and quenched, this created a hard, sharp cutting edge and a more flexible back, preventing the sword from shattering upon impact. This process also resulted in the formation of the hamon, the visible temper line that is not only beautiful, but also a hallmark of Japanese swords. Each swordsmith had their own distinctive Hammond pattern, almost like a signature on their work. After the blade was forged and tempered, it would be handed over to a series of specialized craftsmen. The polisher, or tajishi, would spend weeks carefully grinding and polishing the blade to reveal its true beauty and sharpness. Meanwhile, other artisans would create the sword's fittings. The tsuka handle would be wrapped in silk or ray skin. The tsuba hand guard, intricately designed, and the seiya scabbard, crafted to perfectly fit the blade. The creation of a single sword could take months, with multiple artisans dedicating their expertise to different aspects of the weapon. The result was not just a tool of war, but a work of art, revered as much for its beauty as for its deadly effectiveness. This tradition of sword making continues in Japan to this day, with modern swordsmiths still adhering to many of the ancient techniques. Their creations serve as a testament to the enduring legacy of Japanese craftsmanship and the samurai spirit that inspired it. As we journey through the rich tapestry of Japanese history, we cannot overlook the profound impact of artisans, particularly those who mastered the art of pottery. The creation of ceramics in Japan dates back thousands of years, with each era leaving its unique mark on this timeless craft. During the feudal period, pottery became not just a utilitarian necessity, but also a revered art form. The samurai class, known for their appreciation of refined aesthetics, played a crucial role in elevating the status of pottery makers. Many daimyo, or feudal lords, became patrons of talented potters, fostering the development of distinct regional styles. One of the most celebrated forms of Japanese pottery is raku ware, which originated in the 16th century. The process involves removing ceramics from the kiln while still glowing hot and allowing them to cool in the open air. This technique produces unique patterns and a distinctive crackled glaze, highly prized by tea masters for use in the tea ceremony. Another renowned style is imari ware, which flourished in the 17th and 18th centuries. These porcelain pieces, often adorned with intricate blue and white designs, became so popular that they were extensively exported to Europe, influencing Western ceramic traditions. The life of a potter in feudal Japan was one of dedication and constant refinement. Many artisans lived in pottery villages, where entire communities were devoted to the craft. These villages, such as Sito in modern-day Aichi Prefecture, became centers of innovation and artistic expression. Potters would often spend years perfecting their techniques, passing down knowledge from master to apprentice. The creation of a single piece could be a laborious process, involving careful selection of clay, shaping on the potter's wheel, glazing, and multiple firings in large kilns. Interestingly, some samurai, particularly during times of peace, took up pottery as a hobby or even a profession. This practice allowed them to cultivate discipline and focus their minds, much like their martial training. The warrior-turned-potter Hanami Kotsu is a famous example, known for his contributions to the development of raku ware. As we reflect on the artistry of Japanese pottery, we can see how it embodies the values of patience, precision, and respect for tradition that are so central to Japanese culture. These beautiful creations serve as a tangible link to the past, allowing us to touch and experience the aesthetic sensibilities of generations long gone. As we journey through the rich tapestry of feudal Japan, we cannot overlook the masterful artisans who shaped the aesthetic and functional world of the samurai. Among these skilled craftsmen, the woodworkers held a place of particular importance. Japanese woodworking, known as maku, is an ancient art form that has been perfected over centuries. These artisans were responsible for creating everything from the intricate wooden components of samurai armor to the elegant furnishings that adorned their homes. One of the most revered woodworking techniques in Japan is known as kumiko. This method involves assembling small wooden pieces without the use of nails or glue, relying instead on precise interlocking joints. Kumiko was often used to create delicate lattice work for shoji screens, which were essential elements in traditional Japanese architecture. Another crucial skill was the art of sashimono, or cabinetry. Sashimono craftsmen were renowned for their ability to create seamless joints and perfectly fitted drawers without the use of metal fasteners. Their creations, such as tansu chests, were not only beautiful, but also highly functional, often incorporating hidden compartments for storing valuable items. The tools used by these master craftsmen were works of art in themselves. Japanese hand planes, or kana, were capable of shaving wood to paper-thin consistency, allowing for incredibly smooth finishes. Chisels, or nomi, were forged with the same care and precision as samurai swords, enabling woodworkers to create intricate carvings and joinery. One of the most iconic examples of Japanese woodworking is the torii gate, often found at the entrance to Shinto shrines. These majestic structures, typically painted a vibrant vermilion, are constructed entirely of wood using traditional joinery techniques. The ability to create such large, enduring structures without metal fasteners is a testament to the skill of Japanese woodworkers. The relationship between samurai and woodworkers was often one of mutual respect. Many samurai appreciated the craftsmanship that went into their wooden sword stands, armor racks, and other accoutrements. Some even took up woodworking as a hobby during times of peace, finding the precision and patience required to be complementary to their martial training. Today, the legacy of these master craftsmen lives on in modern Japan. Traditional woodworking techniques are still practiced and revered, with many artisans dedicating their lives to preserving and perfecting these ancient skills. Their work serves as a living link to the rich cultural heritage of feudal Japan and the world of the samurai. As we delve deeper into the world of feudal Japan, let's turn our attention to the intricate and beautiful world of textile arts. The artisans who created these masterpieces were highly respected members of society, their skills passed down through generations. One of the most iconic textile arts of Japan is the kimono. These elegant garments were not just clothing, but works of art in their own right. The process of creating a kimono was long and labor-intensive, often taking months or even years to complete. The first step in kimono creation was the production of silk. Silkworms were carefully tended to, fed mulberry leaves until they spun their cocoons. These cocoons were then harvested and the silk threads carefully extracted. Once the silk was ready, it was dyed using natural pigments derived from plants, minerals, and even insects. The dyeing process itself was an art form, with techniques like shibori creating intricate patterns through careful binding and folding of the fabric before dyeing. After dyeing, skilled weavers would transform the threads into fabric using various techniques. One such method was the complex nishiki weaving, which produced ornate brocade-like fabrics with intricate patterns woven directly into the cloth. But the artistry didn't stop there. Once the fabric was woven, it was passed on to painters who would add even more elaborate designs using techniques like yuzen. This method involved applying rice paste to the fabric to create resist patterns, then carefully painting dyes between the lines of paste. Of course, kimonos weren't the only textile art form in Japan. Artisans also created beautiful tapestries, screens, and other decorative items. The art of embroidery, known as nihon shishu, was used to add intricate details to these pieces, often depicting nature scenes or symbolic motifs. One particularly fascinating textile art was tsujigahana, a complex dyeing technique that combined shibori tie-dyeing, embroidery, and painting to create stunning floral designs. This method was so labor-intensive that it eventually fell out of use, only to be revived in the 20th century. The skills of these artisans were highly prized, and many were patronized by wealthy samurai families or even the imperial court. Their creations were not just beautiful, but also served as status symbols, with certain designs and techniques reserved for specific social ranks. As we drift off to sleep, imagine the quiet concentration of these skilled artisans, their hands moving deftly as they transform simple threads into breathtaking works of art. Their legacy lives on in the beautiful textiles that continue to captivate us today, a testament to the enduring beauty of Japanese craftsmanship. In feudal Japan, the artisan class played a crucial role in society, producing everything from exquisite ceramics to deadly katanas. Central to their world was the apprenticeship system, a rigorous and demanding path to mastery that shaped generations of skilled craftsmen. The journey of an apprentice typically began at a young age, often as early as 7 or 8 years old. These children would be sent to live and work with a master artisan, leaving behind their families to immerse themselves fully in their chosen craft. The life of an apprentice was far from easy. Days were long, often starting before dawn and ending well after sunset. The young learners were expected to perform a multitude of tasks, from the mundane to the intricate. At first, apprentices would be assigned simple chores: sweeping the workshop, preparing materials, and observing the master at work. As they proved their dedication and ability, they would gradually be entrusted with more complex tasks. The relationship between master and apprentice was one of utmost respect and obedience. The master's word was law, and apprentices were expected to follow instructions without question. This strict hierarchy ensured the preservation and passing down of techniques that had been refined over centuries. Learning was primarily through observation and imitation. Apprentices would watch their masters intently, absorbing every movement and technique. They would then practice tirelessly, often spending years perfecting a single aspect of their craft before moving on to the next. The apprenticeship period was long, often lasting a decade or more. During this time, apprentices were not paid wages, but were provided with food, lodging, and the invaluable opportunity to learn their trade. As they progressed, apprentices would be given more responsibility and allowed to contribute to the workshop's output. However, it was understood that their work belonged to the master, and any income generated would go to the workshop. The final stage of apprenticeship involved creating a masterpiece, a work that would demonstrate the apprentice's skill and readiness to become a fully fledged artisan. This piece would be judged by the master and other respected craftsmen in the community. Upon successful completion of their masterpiece, the apprentice would be granted the title of journeyman. They could now work independently, though many chose to remain with their masters for several more years to further refine their skills. This system ensured the continuation of Japan's rich artistic traditions, producing generation after generation of highly skilled artisans. Many of the techniques and practices developed during this period continue to influence Japanese craftsmanship to this day. As we conclude our exploration of Japanese artisans during the samurai era, it's important to reflect on their lasting impact. These skilled craftsmen and women were the unsung heroes of their time, contributing significantly to the cultural and economic fabric of feudal Japan. The artisans we've discussed, the swordsmiths, potters, textile makers, and others, didn't just create objects. They preserved traditions and pushed the boundaries of their respective crafts. Their dedication to perfection and attention to detail became hallmarks of Japanese craftsmanship, earning admiration both at home and abroad. Despite the rigid class system of the time, artisans found ways to express themselves and innovate within the confines of their social status. Their work often transcended class boundaries, with samurai and nobles alike seeking out the finest examples of their craft. The legacy of these artisans continues to influence modern Japan and the world. Many traditional techniques have been passed down through generations, with some artisans today still practicing methods that date back centuries. This preservation of knowledge and skill is a testament to the enduring value of their work. Moreover, the aesthetic principles developed during this period, such as wabi-sabi, the appreciation of imperfection and transience, have become integral to Japanese art and design philosophy. These concepts continue to inspire artists and designers globally, showcasing the far-reaching impact of Japan's artisanal traditions. As we drift off to sleep, let's appreciate the dedication and skill of these artisans. Their stories remind us that even in the shadow of warrior culture, there were those who fought battles of a different kind, against the limits of their materials and imaginations. In doing so, they created a legacy that continues to enrich our world today. Sweet dreams, and may your sleep be as finely crafted as the works of these master artisans. As we conclude our exploration of the samurai's complex social structure, we now turn our attention to a different aspect of feudal Japanese society. In our next tale, we'll delve into the world of merchants and artisans, examining how these groups navigated the rigid class system and occasionally found ways to challenge the established order. As we sail through the annals of Japanese history, let's cast our gaze towards the vast expanse of the ocean. Japan, an island nation, has a rich maritime legacy that spans centuries. From ancient seafaring traditions to the development of formidable naval powers, the story of Japan's relationship with the sea is as deep and complex as the waters themselves. In this segment, we'll explore the fascinating world of Japanese maritime history. We'll navigate through tales of early fishing communities, the influence of ocean trade on Japanese culture, and the evolution of shipbuilding techniques that shaped the nation's destiny. From the humble beginnings of coastal villages to the rise of powerful maritime clans, Japan's oceanic journey is a testament to human ingenuity and the enduring spirit of exploration. As we sail through the annals of Japanese history, let's embark on a journey exploring the fascinating world of early Japanese seafaring. While the samurai may have dominated the land, it was the brave mariners who conquered the seas surrounding the island nation. Japan's maritime history stretches back millennia, with evidence of seafaring activities dating as far back as the Jomon period, around 12,000 BCE. These early inhabitants of the Japanese archipelago were already venturing out to sea, fishing and traveling between islands in simple dugout canoes. As we move forward in time to the Yei period, from 300 BCE to 300 CE, we see a significant advancement in shipbuilding techniques. The introduction of wet rice cultivation from the Asian mainland brought with it new technologies, including more sophisticated boat designs. One of the most important developments in early Japanese maritime history was the creation of the weissen, or traditional Japanese wooden boats. These vessels came in various sizes and designs, each tailored for specific purposes, such as fishing, coastal trade, or river transport. The bezeizen, a large coastal trading ship, became particularly important during the Edo period. These flat-bottomed vessels could carry substantial cargo and were crucial for transporting rice, the lifeblood of the Japanese economy, between different regions of Japan. However, it wasn't all smooth sailing for early Japanese mariners. The treacherous waters surrounding Japan, with their unpredictable currents and frequent storms, posed significant challenges. To navigate these perilous seas, Japanese sailors developed intricate knowledge of ocean currents, wind patterns, and celestial navigation. One fascinating aspect of early Japanese seafaring was the development of the kaizen, or sea lanes. These were established routes that ships would follow, taking advantage of favorable currents and winds. The most famous of these was the Kitamibune route, which connected the Sea of Japan coast with Osaka and other major ports. It's worth noting that despite their maritime prowess, the Japanese government implemented strict isolationist policies during the Edo period, known as Sakoku. This limited foreign trade and restricted Japanese citizens from leaving the country, effectively curtailing long-distance ocean voyages for over 2 centuries. Nevertheless, the skills and traditions of Japanese seafaring persisted, passed down through generations of fishermen, merchants, and coastal communities. These maritime traditions would later form the foundation for Japan's emergence as a major naval power in the modern era. As we drift towards the end of this segment, remember that the story of Japan's maritime history is one of innovation, adaptation, and resilience in the face of nature's challenges. It's a testament to the ingenuity and courage of those early seafarers who dared to venture beyond the shores of their island home. As we sail through the annals of Japanese maritime history, let's dock at the fascinating port of ship construction. The art of building vessels in Japan has a rich and storied past, evolving alongside the nation's cultural and technological advancements. In ancient times, Japanese shipwrights relied on traditional techniques passed down through generations. The earliest ships were simple dugout canoes, carved from single logs. But as maritime needs grew, so did the complexity of ship designs. During the Nara period, around the 8th century, Japanese shipbuilders began incorporating Chinese shipbuilding techniques. This led to the development of larger, more seaworthy vessels capable of coastal trade and even some overseas voyages. One of the most iconic Japanese ship designs was the Adekyun, a type of coastal warship used extensively during the Sengoku period. These flat-bottomed vessels were essentially floating fortresses, equipped with multiple decks for archers and gunners. The construction of these ships was a meticulous process. Shipwrights would first lay the keel, the backbone of the ship, and then build up the hull using a technique called shell-first construction. This method involved attaching the outer planks of the hull before adding the internal framing. Japanese shipbuilders were masters of woodworking, using a variety of local timber species. The most prized wood was hinoki, or Japanese cypress, known for its durability and resistance to rot. Other commonly used woods included sugi Japanese cedar and matsu pine. One unique aspect of Japanese shipbuilding was the use of elaborate joinery techniques, similar to those found in traditional Japanese carpentry. These methods allowed for strong, flexible hulls that could withstand the rough seas around the Japanese archipelago. As Japan entered the Edo period, shipbuilding techniques continued to evolve. The need for larger trading vessels led to the development of the beizan, a type of coastal trading ship. These vessels featured a distinctive hull design with a flat bottom and high sides, perfect for navigating shallow coastal waters. Perhaps the most famous Japanese ship design is the Red Seal ships, or shuansen. These ocean-going vessels were used for trade with Southeast Asia during the early 17th century. Their construction incorporated both Japanese and European shipbuilding techniques, resulting in sturdy ships capable of long-distance voyages. Japanese maritime innovation didn't stop at ship design. Shipwrights also developed unique navigational tools, such as the mizutokai, or water clock, used for measuring time at sea. They also created detailed nautical charts and sophisticated rigging systems to harness the power of the wind efficiently. The legacy of Japanese shipbuilding continues to this day, with modern shipyards producing some of the world's most advanced vessels. From ancient dugout canoes to today's high-tech ships, the story of Japanese maritime construction is a testament to the ingenuity and adaptability of its shipwrights throughout history. As we sail through the annals of Japanese history, let's cast our nets into the deep waters of the fishing industry, a cornerstone of Japan's maritime legacy. Japan, an island nation surrounded by bountiful seas, has long relied on fishing as a vital source of sustenance and economic prosperity. The roots of this industry stretch back to ancient times, with archaeological evidence suggesting that fishing techniques were already well developed during the Jomon period, over 10,000 years ago. By the time of the samurai, fishing had evolved into a sophisticated trade. Coastal villages dotted the shorelines, each specializing in different types of catch. From the northern waters of Hokkaido, rich in salmon and cod, to the southern shores of Kyushu, teeming with tuna and mackerel, Japan's diverse marine ecosystems supported a thriving fishing culture. During the Edo period, under the Tokugawa Shogunate, the fishing industry experienced significant growth and organization. The government implemented a system of fishing rights and regulations to manage coastal resources. This period saw the rise of large-scale commercial fishing operations, with some wealthy merchants owning fleets of boats. One fascinating aspect of Japan's maritime history is the development of unique fishing techniques. Take, for example, the practice of yokai, or cormorant fishing. This method, still practiced today as a tourist attraction on the Nagara River, involves using trained cormorants to catch fish, with fishermen skillfully retrieving the catch from the birds' throats. Another notable technique that emerged was amimode, a complex system of net fishing. These large nets, sometimes stretching for kilometers, required the coordinated efforts of entire fishing communities to deploy and retrieve. The amimodo system not only improved catch efficiency, but also strengthened social bonds within coastal villages. As Japan modernized in the Meiji era, so did its fishing industry. The introduction of steam-powered boats and new preservation techniques, like refrigeration, allowed for longer voyages and larger catches. This period marked the beginning of Japan's emergence as a global fishing power. However, the expansion of the fishing industry wasn't without its challenges. Overfishing became a concern as early as the late 19th century, leading to the implementation of some of the world's first marine conservation laws. The balance between economic needs and environmental sustainability has remained a crucial issue in Japanese maritime policy ever since. Today, while facing modern challenges such as declining fish stocks and international fishing regulations, Japan's fishing industry continues to be a significant part of its economy and cultural identity. From the bustling Tsukuji fish market in Tokyo to the traditional ama divers of the Aishima region, the legacy of Japan's rich maritime history lives on, a testament to the enduring relationship between the Japanese people and the sea. As we sail through the annals of Japanese history, let's navigate the tumultuous waters of naval warfare. Japan's maritime legacy is as vast and deep as the oceans that surround its islands. In the early days, Japan's naval prowess was primarily focused on coastal defense and piracy. The Waku, or Japanese pirates, were a constant threat along the coastlines of Korea and China during the 13th to 16th centuries. These seafaring raiders weren't just Japanese. They often included Chinese and Korean outcasts as well. But it wasn't until the late 16th century that Japan truly embraced large-scale naval warfare. The catalyst, none other than Toyotomi Hideyoshi's ambitious invasions of Korea in 1592 and 1597. These campaigns, known as the Imjin War, saw the deployment of massive fleets carrying tens of thousands of samurai across the sea. However, the Japanese soon learned a harsh lesson in naval combat. The Korean Navy, led by the brilliant Admiral Yi Sun-sin, utterly decimated the Japanese fleets using innovative turtle ships, the world's first armored warships. These vessels, with their spiked iron-plated roofs, were impervious to Japanese boarding tactics. The humbling defeat in Korea led to a period of introspection and development in Japanese naval technology. During the Edo period, the Tokugawa Shogunate focused on coastal defense, building a network of guard stations and watchtowers along Japan's shores. Fast forward to the 19th century, and we see a dramatic shift in Japan's naval strategy. With the arrival of Commodore Perry's black ships in 1853, Japan was forced to confront its technological inferiority in maritime warfare. This shock spurred the rapid modernization of the Japanese Navy during the Meiji Restoration. By the turn of the 20th century, Japan had transformed its navy into a world-class force. The stunning victory over the Russian fleet in the Battle of Tsushima in 1905 announced Japan's arrival as a major naval power. This battle, where Admiral Togo Hihikaru's forces sank most of the Russian Baltic fleet, is still studied in naval academies worldwide. The Imperial Japanese Navy continued to grow in strength and sophistication, playing a crucial role in Japan's expansionist policies leading up to World War II. Innovations like the Yamato-class battleships, the largest and most powerful battleships ever constructed, showcased Japan's naval might. However, the rise of naval aviation would ultimately change the face of maritime warfare. The attack on Pearl Harbor in 1940, demonstrated the devastating potential of carrier-based aircraft, a strategy that would both propel and ultimately doom Japan's naval ambitions in the Pacific War. Today, Japan's maritime self-defense force continues this long naval tradition, adapting to new challenges in an ever-changing geopolitical seascape. From wooden ships to stealth destroyers, Japan's maritime history is a testament to the enduring importance of naval power in shaping the course of nations. As we sail through the annals of Japanese history, let's navigate the intricate web of maritime trade routes that shaped the island nation's economy and culture. Japan's strategic location in East Asia made it a crucial player in regional and later global trade networks. In the early periods of Japanese history, trade was primarily conducted with nearby Asian countries, especially China and Korea. The Silk Road's maritime extension reached Japanese shores, bringing exotic goods, ideas, and technologies. During the Nara and Heian periods, from the 8th to the 12th centuries, Japanese envoys and merchants regularly traveled to China, fostering cultural exchange and economic growth. One of the most significant trade routes was the so-called Nanban trade period, which began in the 16th century. Portuguese traders were the first Europeans to reach Japan in 1543, landing on the island of Tanegashima. This event marked the beginning of direct trade between Japan and Europe, introducing firearms, Christianity, and Western technologies to the archipelago. The Dutch East India Company, or VOC, established a trading post on Hirado Island in 1609, further expanding Japan's commercial reach. However, the Tokugawa shogunate's isolationist policies, known as sakoku, implemented in the 1630s, severely restricted foreign trade. Only the Dutch were allowed to maintain a small trading post on Dejima, an artificial island in Nagasaki Harbor. Despite these restrictions, Japan continued to engage in what was known as the Four Gateways system. Tsushima Domain managed trade with Korea. The Satsuma Domain oversaw relations with the Ryukyu Kingdom, modern-day Okinawa. Matsumi Domain in Hokkaido conducted trade with the Ainu, and Nagasaki remained the sole point of contact with the Dutch and Chinese merchants. Interestingly, Japanese pirates, or wako, played a significant role in unofficial maritime activities during this period. These pirates, often composed of Japanese, Chinese, and Korean outlaws, conducted raids and unofficial trade along the coasts of China and Korea, contributing to a shadow economy that defied official restrictions. The arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry's black ships in 1853 forced Japan to end its isolationist policies. The subsequent Meiji Restoration in 1868 ushered in a new era of international trade. Japan rapidly modernized its naval capabilities and merchant fleet, establishing new trade routes across the Pacific and Indian Oceans. By the early 20th century, Japan had become a major maritime power, with trade routes extending to Southeast Asia, India, Europe, and the Americas. The country's economic growth and imperial ambitions were closely tied to its control of these sea lanes, culminating in the expansionist policies that led to World War II. Today, Japan remains a crucial hub in global maritime trade, with major ports like Yokohama, Kobe, and Tokyo handling millions of containers annually. The legacy of these historical trade routes continues to influence Japan's economic strategies and international relations in the modern era. As we conclude our journey through Japanese maritime history, it's clear that the sea has played a pivotal role in shaping the nation's destiny. From the early coastal traders to the mighty warships of the Sengoku period, Japan's relationship with the ocean has been both tumultuous and transformative. The Tokugawa Shogunate's isolationist policies during the Edo period may have temporarily halted Japan's naval progress, but it couldn't sever the country's deep-rooted connection to the sea. When Japan finally reopened its doors to the world in the mid-19th century, it quickly embraced modern naval technology and tactics. This rapid modernization culminated in the stunning victory over Russia in the Russo-Japanese War of 1904-1905, establishing Japan as a formidable naval power on the world stage. The conflict marked a turning point, not just for Japan, but for naval warfare globally, as it showcased the effectiveness of modern battleships and naval strategy. In the decades that followed, Japan's naval prowess continued to grow, playing a significant role in World War II. The Imperial Japanese Navy's surprise attack on Pearl Harbor in 1940 drew the United States into the conflict, forever changing the course of history. Today, Japan maintains a strong maritime presence through its Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force, which plays a crucial role in regional security and international peacekeeping efforts. The nation's shipbuilding industry remains one of the most advanced in the world, continuing a tradition that stretches back centuries. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on the ebb and flow of Japan's maritime history. From humble fishing boats to mighty aircraft carriers, the story of Japan and the sea is one of innovation, adaptation, and enduring significance. May your dreams be filled with the gentle lapping of waves and the whispered tales of seafarers past. As we leave behind the tale of the samurai's unexpected ally, we turn our attention to another fascinating aspect of feudal Japan. In our next story, we'll explore the complex relationship between samurai and their servants, uncovering the harsh realities and unexpected twists that defined their lives. Prepare yourself for a journey into the hidden world of those who served the warrior class. As we approach the final chapter of our samurai journey, let's delve into one last intriguing aspect of this warrior class. While we've explored the lives of samurai themselves, there's another group whose experiences are often overlooked: the servants of these elite warriors. Their stories offer a unique perspective on samurai culture and the social dynamics of feudal Japan. In this final segment, we'll uncover the often challenging and demanding life of a samurai's servant. From dawn to dusk, These individuals played crucial roles in maintaining the samurai household and supporting their master's needs. However, their position came with its own set of hardships and expectations that might surprise you. So let's pull back the curtain on this lesser-known aspect of samurai society and discover why being a samurai's servant was far from an enviable position. As we approach the end of our journey through samurai history, let's delve into one final fascinating topic: the complex relationship between samurai and their servants. While the life of a samurai was often romanticized, the reality for those who served them was far from glamorous. Servants of samurai, known as chujin or ashigaru, faced numerous challenges and hardships in their daily lives. These individuals were typically from lower social classes and had little choice but to serve the warrior elite. Their duties were extensive and demanding, ranging from maintaining the samurai's household to assisting in battle preparations. One of the most significant challenges for a samurai's servant was the constant threat of punishment. Samurai held immense power over their subordinates, and even minor infractions could result in severe consequences. Servants lived in constant fear of displeasing their masters, as punishment could range from physical beatings to even death in extreme cases. The workload for these servants was often grueling and relentless. They were expected to be available at all hours, tending to their masters' every need. This included tasks such as cleaning and maintaining weapons, caring for horses, preparing meals, and running errands. During times of war, servants would accompany their samurai masters to the battlefield, carrying equipment and providing support under dangerous conditions. Moreover, servants had little to no personal freedom. Their lives were entirely devoted to serving their masters, with minimal time for personal pursuits or family life. They were often separated from their own families for extended periods, living in cramped quarters within the samurai household. The stark contrast between the lives of samurai and their servants highlights the rigid social hierarchy of feudal Japan. While samurai enjoyed privileges and prestige, their servants endured a life of hardship and subservience, often with little hope of improving their social standing.